Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は、187日目です。It's day 187. We're coming 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks of our 200 day tentative take. Yesterday we had a couple of things. Go over quickly. How did this work? That Nakayoshi and Nakayoku. That's awful. What was that? Oh. Right. Friendly. Good friend. There's wakareru, right? Oh man, the wobble. Right. To separate. This is tied to wakeru. Which is also to separate. But I guess this is to be, oh no, just to separate. It's in a different manner. Ueru. The plant. We're associating this with umu. This is a great way to work on my character as well. And that's it for yesterday's stuff, I think. Yes. Oh, no, wait. I'm missing one. Sodateru. Which is to be raised. Actually, this is to raise. And then, so that's is to be raised. Okay. Oh, library. Okay, so that today is a very, very long day. Looks like we might have either a quadruple stack with some leeches news early on. 224 is gigantic. So, and then tomorrow is probably all our news stuff because today is also lesson day, our big lesson day. So we're looking at like 4 or 5 hours, right? And hopefully we aren't too fatigued for Hanzahiro. Let's get started on that. We're doing pretty well today. We are taking our 1-day break from Phantom X. Largely because this is a long lesson day. And then tomorrow I get to record my 1.0 video for Phantom X. And then right after is when the character art is completely released. So then we just get to watch some cinema. Pretty much is probably going to summarize and talk about Persona 5 the whole time. That's kind of something interesting to look for. And then we can finally go back to flexing our 3rd slot for something. Alright, today's big. How are you? How are you today? What are you up to? Okay, let's see how on top of thing we are here. Rakugaki. Is looking for the coon. They changed this too? Oh no. Wait, are they? Oh no, they didn't change this. Just kidding. This is the thing that did get changed earlier.
書き直す。
書き直す。劇。Dang it. Chinese. Doing alright. Just had some dinner. A bit tired. You didn't sleep well as per usual. That's unfortunate. How do you try to get to sleep when you didn't sleep as per usual? How are you working on that? You got any fresh ideas? What did you have for dinner? I am slightly tired right now because I was being irresponsible and I totally was trying to wrap up Phantom X in the background to write the thing for tomorrow, to record the thing for tomorrow. So we are a little bit late today. At the same time, also slightly tired. I can empathize. But maybe probably not the whole sleeping well thing. It's okay. The quality. Why am I drawing up like this? Ooh. Oh. You got any ideas you're trying? That's shellfish again. No. Huh. Honestly, I don't even know the I don't even remember the... I don't even remember the Mandarin. What's the man? Oh.
Soba.
Soba.
水平
We hit. You had a shredded chicken, an avocado sandwich, and a Caesar salad. Wow, that's well balanced. Right now, you're currently sleeping on a very old love seat. Oh, I see. Pretty much sleep sitting up, yeah. Your partner will not allow you to sleep in the bed? Interesting. And hasn't for maybe 2 years? Your sleep has been awful for a while? Oh. Sorry to hear that. Got any ideas? Look around. Maybe an improvement on the love seat? I'm not quite sure what a love seat is. Is that like a lazy boy situation? Oops. Wait. Oh,
西側
Igawa. Uh-oh. Uh, people under a lid, a cross. It's basically a small couch. Most couches usually have 3 or more cushions. Love seats usually have 2. It's meant for... Oh, I see. I see. I didn't realize that's the euphemism for the love seat. Or a designation for the love seat. Makes sense, though. It checks out. People, lid, and cross. I'm drawing a complete blank on this. Thinking of Hanzi. Oh, we're moving this. I don't know at the moment.
Haisha.
Aisha.
不完全
Hanzen.
お守り
Mamori. You thought about getting a new one, but don't have a lot of spare cash right now to afford one, unfortunately? Okay. How about like what about those I don't actually know how expensive these are, but what about like a singular seat? Like a lazy boy situation. Or for the comfort. Perhaps that's not agreeable in your arrangement with your partner. But would be certainly something to consider. Like, no, you know, like, provided that you do have spare cash. What is this? Oh, they're pro call. Axe finger. It's skilled. Where's that break? What am I looking at? Accent finger. Oh. Okay. Removing this. I don't remember.
火曜日
Ayobi. Doki doki. Doki doki.
梅
Eh.
食堂
Chokudo. You've looked into them, but they are a few $100s on cheap end. I see. That's something feasible right now. Okay. I mean, we could buy used, but we don't have a vehicle large enough to transport it. I don't imagine those things deliver for free at as a like a introductory offer or something like that. And I guess I imagine I wouldn't consider financing a piece of furniture. You know, I hope you find other different ways to sleep better. I'm not sure if this is some sort of mutual arrangement or between you and your partner.
治る
Oh, dude.
固まる
Tanmaru. Oh. What? I thought it was something like that. Yeah, I guess not. Oh. Whoops. Oh, that's Kun. Right. What? I could have sworn it's ceiling, right? What's happening on the ceiling? Or yes. Ceiling. I don't know. I'll move that. Not connecting with that. Not mutual. Prefer to sleep in the bed for sure. Ah, okay, okay. Say no more.
Soto gawa
Gawa.
美術館
Bijutsukan. Oh boy. Oh boy. Now, oh wait. No. Is it? What is the... No. I thought it was like, Alright, we'll move this. I know there's something different about that. That's all I got though. Feeling of something different.
証明書、
証明書。
鼻くそ、
鼻くそ。
原作、
原作。
潮見、
潮見。I'm drawing a blank on nothing. Amazing.
無料、
無料。I feel this was different. Yeah, it was.
無言、
無言。
悲劇、
悲劇。Oh, wait. No. What? Oh, is it like... waiting room. I forgot the waiting part. Pretty sure it uses I, right? In the middle. So do I do no? Alright. This. Not looking good so far. What is that? 4 already? Again?
返事、
Enji. Or unusual incidents? Unexpected incident? Sure.
変化、
Inka. Whoops. Wait.
料理人、
Oh, that was a typo on the first one. Yorinin is... Wait. I forgot the right. The yort and towel. Don't remember.
月曜日
Yobi.
留学生
留学生. What? What? Oh, whoops.
文法
Unpo. Oh, wait, that's not that. That's oh.
Yuki
Yuki.
無名
Ume. Wait. Yes.
鼻血
Hanaji. Okay.
説明
Natsume. What? Oh. Oh no. YOLO? Oh no. Invested so much on tiptoe. This is not tiptoe. Job umbrella. No. Oops. What? Oh. Yeah, that yellow stunk. Yes.
«固める
Tameru. Have I played 7 Days to Die? I have not. I watch people play it. Not quite my thing. That is usually something that I would try to play with someone else as opposed to solo, but that opportunity hasn't really presented itself. Another one would be Forest and Sons of Forest, and then another one would be like Zomboid. Different takes on that concept. I do have Forest and Son of the Forest, but I'd have to commandeer someone. But yes, you can play them solo. Do you like the idea of zombie apocalypse games? They're okay. The last zombie apocalypse game I played was almost all of them are cooperative. That's probably one of those things. At least in my eyes, they are meant to be cooperative. Have I convinced my friend to play Subnautica 2? Not yet. But that goober almost pulled the trigger on suggesting to go play Haze-like games. Which that includes like It Takes Two, A Way Out, and Split Fiction. So that might be a start. Another zombie apocalypse game that maybe can happen would be, or not necessarily zombie apocalypse, but let's just say survival games, right? We could step back and further. The Subnautica would be a survival game, right? A lone survivor game would be like the Long Dark, and Long Dark 2 was announced recently. I have the Long Dark, but haven't really started on that either. I think it's been a while since I played a survivor game. The last time I tried a cooperative thing on stream was Valheim. And that was over 2 years ago. That had something to do with Neverwinter. It lasted like 3 days. Like 3 separate occasions, and that's about it. Yeah. There's quite a lot of zombie apocalypse games. I think the closest like zombie-esque thing would probably be like a first-person shooter. Like Killing Floor or Back 4 Blood, Left 4 Dead. Right. We talked about looking for a forever game. Like this Goober and I, which is the person, we're looking for a forever game, but the closest we got was Dark Tides, which I played during launch with one of my best friends, like my colleagues. The Dark Tide is still going. There was one other. Revenant 2. So those are all tied to zombie apocalypse. You swap out the zombie for futuristic zombies. Zombies can also be substituted for bugs, right? Insects, anything that swarms, like hoarder shooters and stuff. There was a chance I was gonna suggest that we played Firebreak, but Firebreak turned out to be unfortunate. Like it needs time to bake and cook and whatnot. So the people at Remedy are still working on Firebreak, like bringing up Firebreak, which is still that type of thing. Apocalyptic, post-apocalyptic horde shooting. And then 7 Days to Die is a survival, right? So that's survival genre. So we do have other variances of the survival genre. Subnautica definitely being one of them, as long as you're not thalassophobic, enough. You'll think there's a possibility. I typically play those games with one other person or two, one at most. Really, you got to start somewhere. Uh,
米兵
Behe. The most pragmatic response to possible future things is probably time. Like it's nice. I'm coming to the conclusion of Phantom X in a sense that the maintenance or the coverage part is over largely, and now it's in the maintenance phase. Now we just sit for new content updates, which actually there's a content update happening in the first half of July and the second half of July, but those content updates may be like 1 day-ish things, even less than Neverwinter actually. I mean, I contribute 10 days to Neverwinter. So now we have other things, and according to the agenda right now is that I will be revisiting Dave the Diver, because since launch I have not played Dave the Diver since the Godzilla DLC, and then I picked up the Ichiban's Holiday DLC, which involves like a dragon. So we're doing that. Well, what day is it? It's the 5th of July. There's 5 more days in the summer sale of Steam, and I settled on, originally I settled on 2 titles, but now I settled on 1, and that's I think is Shogun Showdown is what it's called. Yeah, Shogun Showdown is an indie game, and possibly one other, like UFO 50. These are like kind of my kind of the stuff that I have a soft spot for, and both of them. Oh, actually, UFO 50 is by the people who make Spelunky, I think. Yes. I might do something out of the box, like the Plucky Squire or something as well. Yeah, most of the time when it comes to video games. Yeah, Shogun Showdown. I think that's... Let me make sure it's Shogun Showdown. Yes, Shogun Showdown. Which was released on the PlayStation and Xbox apparently, and it's available on Steam. What does Shogun mean? Shogun is the highest rank in feudal Japan. The highest rank of authority back in feudal Japan days. So a lot of times when you see depictions of it, oh, which by the way, a show called Shogun by that name is exceptionally fantastic at illustrating the Shogun. But generally most Japanese like video games take place in feudal Japan, and feudal Japan is Shogun is the king and queen. Okay, you were recently watching a video about feudalism in medieval Europe. Yeah, so it's Shogun is to the king. Yeah, Shogun is to the king. And like daimyo would be like your feudal lords, as opposed to the kings, like the king's vassals a lot of times. So similar parallelisms. And then of course the Chinese also has a king. Actually, I guess they would use the term emperor. Although it is a little bit of a swap here and there, because Japan does have emperors, but not so much during the shogunate period, where shoguns are the highest authority, and then shoguns have daimyos. Is the Japanese emperor higher than the king? It's kind of hard to know between times, because if we're talking about like the head of state, like the symbol, the emperor is the highest. the shogun is like the military and political leader. So you could kind of kin to it like the top general in the times. And during the shogunate period, a lot of times during like conflicts and stuff, martial law happens, and the shogun has most of the power. Like the shogun can usurp the emperor. And a lot of times there are situations where, you know, you have puppets and whatnot. It's kind of like the King's Guard. You know, they control the entire military, the standing armies. So you could usurp the king kind of situation. So the shogun is the closest to the King's Guard. I don't know what is the right-hand military person called in medieval Europe, because it's a flexible term, but I would probably refer to it as the King's Guard. Whoever is in charge of the King's Guard. That's the emperor. That's the shogun. Yeah. Whenever you see like samurai films and stuff, that's the period. That's a bit like the monarchy, and then they could technically usurp and dissolve. Yes, it's supposed to. I'm deliberately making that parallelism. Feudalism happened in like humans. While humans are trying to be distinct, usually these forms of government have gone through those phases. So you will find feudalism in most of parallelisms in human history when it comes to like civilizations and stuff. There's sort of a feudalistic period, minus like the most contemporary of it, like, you know, the United States, which is far too young for that. In fact, it would be more like part of the historical nature, like it's post feudal, right? But other places that predated modern governments, social structure, they've gone through feudal periods. And you can still have feudal periods, like the Sultan, right? The Sultan and the Vizier. I would say the Vizier is the closest thing to the Shogun when it comes to the Sultan. And then Chinese would, I think they just refer to them as generals. The emperor and their head generals. Although there is a right-hand advisor. So I guess the vizier would be kind of the right-hand advisor. And what would that be in the feudal system? Probably the religious, the spiritual advisor. The one that holds all the intrigue would be like close to the vizier. And the I don't know if a chancellor is what I'm thinking of, but yeah, they have, you know, your rooks, your knights, your bishops, etc. It's really interesting to draw parallelisms, and video games play on that. If it isn't in feudal England, then it's in feudal Japan. If it's not in feudal Japan, it's in feudal China. And what would China's feudal time would be? It would be the dynasty period, the dynastic period. Yeah. It's interesting seeing the similarities across sometimes disconnected cultures, indicative of the natural human tendencies. Yeah, isn't it? Human behavior has this incredible coincidental elegance, like with broader strokes, and then, you know, their nuances is what we dictate their differences. And at the same time, like, it's kind of remarkable how coincidental human behavior is when you're thinking historically. Like, what are the chances that there is a tendency for, you know, military expansion through naval power all at once, and you get like 3 or 4 separate isolated some parallelisms of that, or naval power, right? After the shogun, right, after the feudal times, then you have naval. It goes through a naval period. Civilization is fantastic. Like if you want Civilization, what I mean is the video game series. It highlights that parallelism. So if you're super curious about parallelisms, I think Firaxis Games Civilization will give you a really wonderful, like, interactive video game way of drawing parallelisms between different nations, different countries, like up to the current state of parallelisms between them. And also, we do have to keep in mind that one of the human tendencies is to look for patterns. And then that itself is also probably why there are similarities across disconnected cultures. The human condition is we are structured to look for patterns. And those patterns also breed human idiosyncrasies. So if one is challenged with certain things, like a group of humans are challenged with human things, despite being geographically isolated from other things, that tendency tends to adhere and coalesce into a line of thinking that represents what we can do. And one of them is natural governance. And then it's interesting how many of the current modern structures didn't like skip over particular steps, which is really one of the finest examples of prior to the free exchange of information, right? The freely exchange of information. Now the question is, where does human governance and stuff and cultural exchange go from here? Like, I think we're no longer at a point where we'll ever see that happen again, right? Some would say a singularity is ready to happen, but that's kind of a long-winded topic. There's always that person who believes in the coalescing, like the human culture coalescing because of the rapid exchange of information. That used to be not a thing. And even despite all that, right, which we highlight here, that despite not having rapid cultural and information exchange, you still end up drawing parallelisms due to natural human tendencies, or I refer to them as the human conditions. Or condition. So interesting.
Hein.
I don't know enough of the nitty-gritty details. I consider myself a dilettante when it comes to governance and politics. Enough for someone else to know that I'm interested so they can inform me of things, but not enough enthusiasm to commit it to memory, I would say. I do not have enough emotional investment for me to delve any deeper than drawing parallelisms. You could kind of see my comments for like a historian or a politician as equivalent to someone who calls like anything that deals with an Estes flask and timing and parry windows a soul-like game. That's what the comparisons that I've made. It's on that type of level. We're saying that the Shogun is like the King's Guard. That's probably as close as I would get. No, there's no like additional level of understanding. As a disclaimer, because I'm not one to portray myself as being educated in things that I'm not educated. So, by, eh? What? Oh. What? Oh.
失敗
Shipai. Why did I not run today? Oh, you're right. I didn't record what I didn't record today. Thanks for reminding me. Sometimes I forget. Thanks for reminding me. I forgot to write today. I told myself that I would write when I already went out for a run and I forgot to write the thing. So I told myself that when I come back, I would write it and I totally forgot. Did I copy and paste it? No. Today, it's technically yesterday's run. Yesterday's run was 440. Today's run, which I record tomorrow. It doesn't take that long. Today's run, I did a cadence run for today for a change. It was like 405. Yeah, quick. Macros. You get used to it. It's kind of like copy and paste. Kind of. My fingers are just that fast. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They're not that fast. You've been doing a lot of running recently? Oh yeah? How's that going? And it's all, and you know, you don't have to always run, right? Walking is fantastic too. I find that here's a bit of a hot take. If I like the idea that if you have a safe space, right? If you have a safe space, and you want to really, if you have you're attached to your smartphone, right? Pace around. Pace around, sit down, pace around, sit down. It can be incredibly. It's one of those things you can contribute to running and like activities. I'm not sure if you were here. Well, maybe I was talking to Turtle. One of the most, like, fitness and nutrition is incredibly spurious. It requires longitudinal studies and whatnot. But one of the most consistent things one can do is try to incorporate as much like walking. Walking is one of the forms that statistically still continues to be consistent today when it comes to contributing to one's, like, it's a positive. So the wonders of technology has made it so that you can walk around randomly back and forth and still be occupied with something. I really love this one thing that has been, like, being developed, but it's a high price tag. It also requires other types of setup, but the the, I don't know what they're called now. The universal directional pad. So then it is set for VR, but I'm kind of curious if they're gonna miniaturize it to the point where, like, it can integrate with like a smartphone. So then you can, like, walk in different directions, but you're really looking at your smartphone or something, and you're moving in place. We're not talking about like a treadmill and or like something for performance sake. Just something that, hey, if you're gonna watch a movie and you still need to get in your steps, you're doing running on a treadmill. I see. Yeah, you know, pull up a treadmill. That's great that you have room for a treadmill. There are these, like, walking things now where like, it's just an automated thing on the bottom, and I was thinking of getting one. That was the original plan after getting this desk where I would put something underneath. But that would have to happen after the PC. Then I can put the PC somewhere. I have a tower that is slightly too big. Like next here. So I could like walk while doing stuff. Maybe even study while doing stuff. It's hard to express and it's difficult to see even. But if you're gonna read something, do I have a tracker? I do not have a tracker. No Fitbits, no wearables. I don't do wearables too often. I like being in my very form-fitting clothing and just going for it. I actually run vision impaired. I don't run with my glasses, nor do I wear contacts anymore. So when I'm running, most things just look like a blur. Like, oh, that looks like something. Is that someone in the lawn or is that a mailbox? That's kind of how. But Fitbits, yeah, I don't track most things anymore. Maybe that's because you're running so fast. What'd you call it? I don't wear wearables. It is very helpful if you're like, if that motivates you. It's great to start. It's great to start with a tracker. I'm gonna echo maybe like there's a potential I'm gonna echo both Dr. Mike's here. Trackers are really wonderful to form a foundation, to get the feel, get the mind-body connection, and then separating yourself from trackers can be a next step. It's largely because remember that moderation is key, right? When you start tracking things incredibly stringent on tracking, it can obfuscate other areas of exploration. I've already do digressions on how the internet algorithm, right, when they put out metrics. But I think if you have a Fitbit and someone you know has a Fitbit, that would be a fantastic balance where you have some sort of sentimental investment. Sometimes seeking numbers can, for me, I was before the time of wearables, so I manually tracked, and then like I have a blood pressure monitor in the kitchen, so okay, from time to time I would check my blood pressure, things like that. But I don't do things for performance anymore, so just for maintenance. The time that I'm doing, I basically take my really old phone, right? I take my older phone, which is my Pixel 3, and I use it as whatever. It has a stopwatch and all that stuff, right? I just click on it. It's not the most precise way, like plus or minus 3 seconds, but the idea is I'm looking the times and the conditions. I'm looking for gross changes. Gross as in like large changes. If I see a sudden decline, like a steady decline, then I would have to worry about my maintenance. There was a time when I was going to do it for performance, but until one of my friends or someone says, hey, let's go do a marathon next year to celebrate becoming 40 or something, then I would kick it into high gear and we would probably strongly consider a tracker or something. But for the time being, I think for myself, the way I stay sort of healthy with the idea that I want to do my best without specifically, nickel and diming myself, that's pretty much it. It's kind of like putting a timer on studying. It's great from time to time, so I do it from time to time. I wouldn't mind receiving a free Fitbit, that's besides the point. But ultimately, I probably wear the Fitbit once every 3 months to track something. So for the time being, I use a stopwatch on a phone, and that's sufficient enough. Honestly, I thought about this thing. I don't know if they make this product, but I would love to have a really large button. You can do this with any device, right? That looks like a bread loaf. Sorry. So like a really large button, right? We'll put a little shimmery thing, like a really shiny button, and then all it does is start and stop a stopwatch. I mean, like just for fun. I was gonna do this as a fun little video, like not live stream a video, and I would place this at 2 positions. This is to obfuscate some stuff. So then I would put at 1 position and 1 position, and then the camera would be looking in this direction, right? And I would do suicides. I know what that sounds like, but we're talking about the structure. So I would hit a button here and hit a button here, and I would just go back and forth and then see if I can accumulate time between the two. And you might be thinking, well, you could just do it really easily. Just time yourself and then divide. Sort of. But this would be kind of a fun thing. So then the camera would see me like fade into the distance. So you would probably see this. Right, whoops. I'm bad at perspective. But, you know, the button would be back here. And then there would be a large button here, right? And the camera would be pointed inward. I would hit this button. I would run, hit this button, and then I would run back. And I would do that for days, every single day. And then I would post those videos. And then what I would do is I would probably edit every time I reach there. You know, I would like post the time. So the idea is, you're wondering why this than just recording a total time or something, you know, a total time. This is a thing that I do personally. I don't know if other people do this, but when it comes to maintenance, or maybe even performance for myself, I should write with a piece of paper. Sorry, not a piece of paper. I should write it with a pen. This mouse, I don't see how people can write with mouse. Let's see. So when it comes to maintenance, largely maintenance, but I think this is kind of an okay thing for performance stuff. Performance does deal with overloading, and I don't do overloading anymore, or progressive overloading. So oftentimes when you do a starting position, so say you start in the middle and you're looking at, I always concern myself with resolution. So if you're recording a metric, the question is, do you have sufficient resolution to see a difference, or to like record a difference, right? Sufficient resolution, that's what I mean, right? And now the question is, how much variation is there? So I usually do the broadest, right? If I start here, say I do things in 1 minute intervals, so it would be the closest minute, right? The closest minute. So like if I ran for 4 minutes and 45 seconds, it would be rounded up to 5 minutes, right? And that would be, I don't know if you remember this from like chemistry class or anything. We're talking about significant figures here. So oftentimes significant figures deal with resolution. Right now I'm doing seconds in my maintenance. because now my maintenance is so consistent that I can do second stuff, like the difference in seconds, like delta S, right? I know the difference between, or I can feel the difference between 4 minutes, a 4 minute and 30-second run versus a 4 minute and 40-second run. So it's more like tens of seconds. So right now when I run, I can feel the difference in tens of seconds. Back before, I used to do minutes. So, oh, that was a 4-minute run, that was a 5-minute run. And the reason why I do this is I always choose the broadest thing I can first. And then past a certain time, when it becomes too specific, I stop. The reason why I do that is because you enter a point of diminished return and you get to choose, are you going to invest more? Like, do I squeeze into seconds, ones of seconds, right? Do I want to squeeze 1 extra second? Like, am I going to try 99% output to squeeze 1 more second? Like, subtract 1 more second from my time. Right now, my variation is in tens of seconds, plus or minus tens of seconds. And that's where I stopped on maintenance. And one of the major motivations for me to do this kind of thing is because I'm trying to starve diminished return. I'm trying to prevent that from taking hold. So when it comes to the why now how does this relate to this format? You know, where I hit 2 buttons. I can moderate this distance, right? I can moderate this distance so that the smallest unit is 1 completion, 1 tap. And this creates a gross thing, like I managed to hit the button 4 times, right? So I start very big and I'm like, okay, what's the variation? Am I gonna be like 4 times each day, or some days I'm gonna be 5 times, right? 6 times. The count is broad and it has low resolution. The reason why I do this is this helps for me to push towards a unit. And then when I no longer, like, I'm getting to the point where I get stopped in the middle of it. Like, I no longer push so hard. Like, now it becomes like, oh, I keep getting to 5.3 and I really want to stop after this. Then I start considering putting additional markers. Maybe split the track into 4s, and then I would start doing 0.5s, the resolution. And I'll get to a point where, okay, my resolution is too small now. It's like 1/100th of a percent. I'm not going for that. Like, I'm gonna stop. So the idea behind this is you start broad because you can do a lot of differences. You can measure large differences. That means that improvement is still there. Like, large improvements. It's kind of like learning the foundations, right? In the beginning, when you're learning the foundations of stuff. And this is not like a science of performance something. This is more of like a psychological trick that I do. So when you're doing foundational work or fundamentals, I keep writing I'm thinking of foundation, but I keep writing fundamentals. Generally, your gains in a new skill or a new format is like, there's an initial learning curve, sort of, and then there's a rapid, and then there is a plateau, right? And what I do is I break up a discipline. I do it with the discipline too. I want to stay here and then maintain. So it would be like noisy maintenance. And then I'll go to a new format like a new format of stuff. So I might change up my running soon to doing sprinting. And usually these are maybe they have a different word now. They're like sprinting intervals, but I'm pretty sure. No. I don't know what they're called now, but like sprinting intervals, right? And I want to do some sprinting. So I need to figure out a distance, and then I change the format for that. And I do this every a year or two. I pick up a new format, do the resolution, and then go back. So in the end of the day, I circumvent the tracking thing. I don't go straight to tracking the least amount. Now hear me out. Actually, I forgot the last point I made. I wanted to make, which is when you shared your father thing. The thing about your father and the Fitbit, your dad got one and was showing you all the things it tracks, right? The reason I do that is because your improvement is also limited, or it can be psychologically limited by your resolution. So if resolution goes up, typically your improvement, your rate of potential improvement may go down. The idea is, how much do you want to push? How hard do you want to overload? The higher the resolution, the more you can see improvements, right? You can see improvements. And I often say this a lot. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, slide. You know, like the idea is you start at your lowest resolution. So you start at a low resolution in order to create a larger gap, a larger unit. And that larger unit, you're trying to seek the larger unit before you drop down to a smaller unit. And to me, that's the intuitive thing to try to do in fitness. Largely, if you look, the thing I'm describing sounds very, very familiar. And it might not be viewed this way. Like, if you don't have to view it this way. The idea is, like, for example, calisthenics. You do the top thing first. And the top thing you can do has the largest gap in rep requirement. So say you do a pull-up, right? In order to do a standard pull-up, you have to execute a gigantic gap. The difference between 1 rep and 2 rep is a whole pull-up. Now you can say, okay, well, now you're exhausted. What can you do? Like, well, you can drop set. You can do a drop set and go into a negative pull-up, right? But at the same time, this also executes this principle where it becomes a smaller unit because now it has more resolution and it's safer, right? So I do it this way because eventually I'll get to a point where I can tell myself, this is as much as I'm going to squeeze out. Now, obviously, there are some dangers. You have to know when the leap is too big. I go through this process so I know that I'm either making too big of a leap and I need to narrow it down. So I go through the ropes all the time. When I started running over 2 years ago, right? Over 2 years ago, the first thing I started to do was I ran 1 mile. And in order to improve the next gap, I added a half a mile in resolution, because the track I decided to do, the path that I still run today, is half a mile. The circuit is half a mile. So that's the only resolution I have, right? So I either succeed by doing the lap without stopping, or I default back down. So it's either 1 mile or 1.5. And I managed to achieve this, right? Then it became 2 miles. Then it became 2.5 miles. And eventually it became 3 miles. Now I only had miles, so it's like, okay, let's stop with the miles. Then I started recording minutes, right? And then there are variances of minutes. It was either 10 minutes or 11 minute, or no, sorry, 30 minutes to 40 minutes. Eventually 30 and 40 minutes in tens of minutes became like 33. So it became something like 33 minutes, between 33 minutes and 35 minutes. Then I start tracking the second point, right? In seconds. And at some point, I'm like, okay, that's good enough for me. And so from time to time, then I went back down to the range of 0.5 miles to 1.5 miles. And my time is anywhere between, so half a mile is anywhere between 4 and 5 minutes. And 1.5 miles is anywhere between 15 to 17 minutes. Right. Then I'm like, okay, well, now I gotta adjust pace. So I started adjusting pace. I do cadence, right? Cadence, down tempo, and as fast as possible. I forgot what they're called. I forgot what I decided to call that, but it'd be like as fast as possible. And these are separated by breathing. This is nose only. Cadence is mixed. And this is just a struggle. As struggle as I can be. So all of this, that's how I go about things. You start really, really uncomplicated with really large gross resolution. You investigate it, then you become more and more narrow. The reason why I do it that way instead of going straight to what you'll say a fitness tracker is, once you start tracking everything at the highest resolution, it also dictates your perception of improvement. So you may encounter a lower limit problem. And I usually advise lower limit problems, or like lower limit ways, if someone is telling me that there's just no way, like they don't feel like anything works, right? Then you go straight to lower limit. For example, WaniKani, I do the max. And I'm still on the max. Like whatever WaniKani allows me to. It hasn't given me any indicator that I need to drop the resolution. So that's what I mean. So I keep myself pushing hard enough, like as hard as I can, but know that I can stop. So when I'm pushing my hardest, when I start, if it becomes consistent that I no longer have enough resolution, right? Like, so I push max, whatever the thing is for this stuff, like, because this is prescribed, right? It's prescribed. So there is a max. we'll translate how that works in the starting position. So a max, and then I keep doing the max. So this is how much can I achieve in one day? How much things I can do in one day? And it's always been one day. It's never gone beyond a day, right? So I don't have any reason to decrease. But WaniKani also keeps track of reviews. It tells you lots of, actually there's a whole site dedicated to representing the WaniKani data as an API. Now, I don't look at that to track things. I don't look at the resolution of the number of reviews yet. I don't look at the number of lessons really, like in a way that dictates that if it's one day, I do everything. That's it. 0-0 streak is what the WaniKani community has called it. That's it. If I have no reason to go down in resolution, I won't count those things. Largely because if I can continue to keep this pace, then I have an upper limit problem. So what do? I actually increase the volume, right? I increase the volume by like days worth of volumes. But in this case, I can't because WaniKani doesn't do that. So I add something else. That's why Hanzahiro came into the picture. Now I'm doubling the volume, and now we're maxing out on both WaniKani and Hanzahiro. And then I reached a cap. That's when I try to add a third thing. This might sound really familiar because I think you and I, Procall, was the one I shared about how I do optimization. Like you start somewhere, then you evaluate, right? You evaluate if you liberate time. Then you fill that time up with something else because the liberating time is efficiency gained in where you started. So every amount of time, like if you are 30 minutes faster at doing something, then you have to fill that 30 minutes again. It's not you save that 30 minutes and now go do something else. Or you could do something else, but it's for the purpose of that thing. So like, for example, if I allocated 1 hour and after doing, or what I would do is I would do max, right? Whatever max is. It takes me 4 hours to do my WaniKani 0-0 streak. Eventually, I would work on this, doing the same pace. I do the resolution, figure out things to speed up the process. So eventually, it gets down to 2 hours average. What do I fill in? With that 2 hours, I add Hanzahiro. This took 1 week, by the way. And then I continue to do that, and now I move forward with 2 separate things. And I go from the highest to the lowest resolution. So, and it's constantly stacking that way. And the reason why I do that is because I don't want to start with a bottom line. A bottom line is something that you must consider when there are no more options, or you feel like you have no more options, like injured knee, rehabilitation, things that where you want to be really safe and it's way out of your knowledge, right? Like you barely have a sense of it, then you play it safe, right? Bottom line is safe, and I totally understand that. And I usually use this type of bottom line approach for individuals who are not in the greatest state of mind, and also do not share any interest in skill building, right? Skill building or habit formation. For myself, I go the other way, largely because most gains does come at a risk, so the risk does go up, right? But the gains go up too. So whenever I think about trackers are to help establish fundamentals. And then the moment you have fundamentals down, right? look for the biggest gap you can achieve. And then start decreasing the gap, right? Go down in gaps until you realize that the gap is no longer worth it. And that's kind of how I go about my skill building. I end up having a routine in which there's going to be a point when I'm building a skill that I know, yeah, this is 80th percentile of my time or my whatever is relevant. I'm done. What do? Take it into maintenance. And then I go to the next thing. And the next thing will be involved in this maintenance. So I'm maintaining these skills. The next thing I do involves maintaining those skills. So I'm thinking about doing sprint blocks. Instead, work on sprinting because I did 0 sprinting. And all of this is to say, you don't have to know anything about like, I don't know, biology, fitness, like behavior. The idea is to build a habit structure that you can vibe it out, or you can try to vibe it out. It becomes consistent over time. And the habit structure is so that you get in my opinion, you get the full range of experiences. If you're someone who's analytical, well-read and whatnot, you may not need to do this. Like you don't have to do this. One thing that is absent is that you would then not have the experience to do it in the first place. So one of the things that I often worry about myself is, yeah, you could be very analytical. You could read a lot of things, certainly, and then you can avoid doing certain things, which means that technically you have no experience with them. And one thing is, despite how well your mind works, right? You can rationalize and all that stuff. Behavior is felt a lot of times. And then when it comes to fitness, and I'm not only talking about like running, like your arms and stuff, I'm also talking about your brain. Your brain requires upkeep, right? Your fitness, if you're not used to experiencing how it is to push yourself and then lax up and then start entering different phases, then you're not going to be used to it anymore. So the next time you start a skill, right? The next time you start a skill, you're going to start conservative. If you always approach a skill bottom line, then certainly people are still going to improve, but your curve is going to be moderated. It's going to be like this. That's a really smooth curve. It's great. It's great. It's consistent. You stick to that, right? And you'll get the things you want. For myself, I want to be adaptive. So my curves tend to look like this. They vary. But they always have an exponential phase. And the reason why I keep that exponential phase is sometimes you can be faster. Sometimes you can be slower at picking up things. But I always operate at as much as I can, and then I go back down. Because for me, this is a full spectrum habit. It allows me to experience all those things and remind myself that I can push harder sometimes. And what do I do when I'm pushing hard? What do I do when I'm being too complacent? in order to know if you're pushing hard, it helps when you're not pushing. So that range of awareness and acuity, along with knowledge and whatnot, stays intact for me. I know how hard I can push myself in many, many situations because I allow myself to safely do those things. Like, does it mean I'm gonna go skydiving tomorrow? Probably not. You know, I probably pass out the moment the expert, like I'm, you know, tandem skydiving. The moment I get out, I probably pass out. There are obviously physical limits to this. The goal that I'm illustrating here is, I often love that fitness trackers and wearable. This is going back to your, you know, question about the fitness tracker. I love it when people get really interested, because the wearables are helping them resolve things. Now, hopefully, it doesn't become to a place of dependence and a place of squeezing out the lowest denominator. I think one of the things that feels good initially for someone is a great way to get a person started, and then trying to create their independence by seeking more. Right. So when someone starts walking a lot, do they go for one step? Obviously, people vary, right? If you know you can track every single step, do you only aim for one step? Or do you aim for as many steps as possible every single day? Now, hear me out. This is going to be a bit of a suspension of disbelief. I would wager that someone who is of low motivation, oh man, here I am. I need to write this out. So here are some just variables that you may want to consider. And I'm not putting anyone in box. This is a hypothetical human. So if your motivation is low, right? But you lack the fundamentals to track your stuff. Like you're just low on motivation. A tracker can help you resolve the smallest amount of improvements. Because your motivation is low already. So your gap in improvements, or your gap for striving, is going to be the lowest denominator. This is not to prepare you to become an expert or a pro athlete. I'm talking about like mental health things. So oftentimes trackers are given, like are offered or advised to people with low motivation, right? Because they're trying to develop a fundamental. But that tracker also limits their rate of improvement, in my opinion. I'm going to say it has a tendency. Because what happens is when you see that you made one step more each day, if your resolution is one step, then that is an improvement. Now, when someone is very low on motivation, they will tend to aim for whatever the resolution of that product is. So getting that one step is fantastic. But if you had a friend and stuff and you wanted to walk with them, would you walk 50 more steps? Or hundreds more steps? If the only basis you have is your friend, who's not counting each step at a time, right? That's why I said that if you have a friend or family member who also has a tracker, that's excellent. And use them as a mile to start, right? To start. Now, it does run into the danger of like competitive number seeking and whatnot, but you can modulate this too. You can check if your friend walked today. Don't even look at their steps. The great thing about a tracker is it also shares, did your friend walk? Then you go on a walk. until you can do that consistently, you know, a day consistently, then go look at your friend's steps, right? Go look at their number of steps. And then round the steps up. Like if they did 900, yeah, it's basically 1,000 steps. Go aim for 1,000, right? Then when things get a little tougher, you know, you start thinking about, okay, my friend did 910 steps. I'll do 920, or aim for 10, but aim for a little bit more in tens, right? Within tens. That's where I would apply it to a device, because oftentimes when you're low on motivation, you're probably going to aim for the lowest. Now, if you're not one of those people, that's probably that you probably don't even use a tracker anymore. When you're a pro athlete and stuff, that's when that information can come in to play. But when it comes to like motivation and whatnot, one of the things is you understand eventually how hard you push, and you understand what your tendencies are because of your motivations and mindset, and you can leverage that. I don't think this happens too often once you become dependent on a tracker. So like it's kind of, what's a great way illustration? Calorie counting. Calorie counting is a great example. And you're going to find that after a while, those who become like very dynamic and adaptive end up ditching the calorie counting, right? There's some really wonderful reward about that, but initially it's to create fundamentals, right? Fundamentals. Now there's no, obviously you can always choose calorie count for the rest of your life, and you can count every single calorie down to the single calorie. And to me, that would be most ideal if you're worried about that, right? However, to me, I feel like this eventually enters diminished return. Like what's 1 calorie versus 1 less calorie, right? Diminished return. And what I typically see concordance with that is the person's mental health then drops. So the whole idea now is, the bottom line is, I typically don't engage immediately in something that has high resolution in measurement. Largely because if I need high resolution already, then there is a chance I'm already in the area of diminished return. And when I hyper-focus, when someone becomes hyper-focused on diminished return, their mental health goes down. And usually it's probably because of motivation. So like each day you go out to run and you're like 5 seconds slower, you're going to beat yourself up. So tomorrow you're going to try and you get like 1 second faster. It's like, yes. And then tomorrow you're 1 second slower. It's like, no. So when you see my times, you can see that it still fluctuates between 10 seconds. There are days that it fluctuates like 20 seconds. And that's what maintenance looks like. For me, I no longer like pinch and hyper focus on seconds. And that's also why I say things like, oh, you know, it takes me like 5 seconds to pull out my phone to stop it. I'm not like at the resolution that will hurt my mental health, the sustainability of the habit. This is diminished return is often the consequence of hyperfocus. Now, if you're a professional, like athlete and whatnot, that's, yes, I totally understand that you are going to hit this diminished return and you're going to say, screw that, I'm still going to do it. That is definitely your call. But again, I would totally use a tracker if I just happen to be given the tracker. For now though, I could see myself tracking myself once every 2 or 3 months. And I do that in a different way. I use like a stopwatch as opposed to my phone, and I use a heart monitor, like a heart chest monitor on those days, and I would do like a max distance run or something. And usually my max distance run nowadays, because of the time of day and stuff and how hot it is, I would say I can comfortably probably do 12 miles if I had the time of day. But usually by like 4 or 5 miles, I'm like, yeah, okay, that's good enough for today. I'm pretty happy. And you can see the big gap. And you're wondering, well, do you really know you can do 12 miles? Because I've done like various ranges and stuff, I understand my pacing, like how my pacing is going. So by the time I did 4 miles, I'm like, I'm gonna run out of time. Not that I'm dying. I'm not dying because my pace is proper. I did a proper pacing. A lot of times, you know, people would go hard, like they would go super hard the first 2 miles, and then it would start to trickle, and then it would feel like eternity, right? Usually when you have a full spectrum of exertion and stuff, you kind of get an idea of what is your hardest you're going, and that's why I do cadence, down tempo, right? Down tempo and max. One thing I haven't done is intervals, which is max, off, max, right? That's another way to get you going. Like, you know how hard you can go, and then how low you can go, and that's for fitness. But I think it kind of translates all right for mental health. So when do you know this is a way to have someone figure it out themselves? I'm not telling you that it's 30 minutes. Your mind can only operate 30 minutes. Yesterday, Jazz told me about this productivity pattern called I forgot what it's called, but there's a funny name for it, where you're like 25 minutes on and 5 minutes off and 25 minutes on. That's a starting position. It doesn't tell you how to adjust it, right? Can you develop a way to adjust it naturally? Yeah, you can. And that's kind of the approach that I like to take when it comes to things like that. So in the future, if I do get a tracker, if someone's like Procol, you could be my tracker friend. Like, let's say, okay, you have a Fitbit and you're telling me you want me to be your Fitbit partner, then I'll strongly consider buying a Fitbit, and we can use each other in that situation I'm talking about, the experimental situation. But hear me out. I'm already doing that. Procol, I'm already doing that. It's in my Discord. So you already know all my times every single day. Not only do you not need a Fitbit to know how much I run and when I run, you already know that. And notice that sometimes I only use the word warm and cold because I don't want people to worry about their degrees, like degrees Celsius, degree Fahrenheit. Whatever is hot to you is whatever is hot to you. Whatever is cold is whatever is cold to you. I write rain, sometimes I write heavy rain and whatnot, but when it comes down to the details, I'm only as detailed as sufficient to keep myself motivated. Sometimes that's the way, and that would be great. That's what I was doing, by the way. Someone asked me why do I think it was Jack asked me why do I record my running each day. It's like I do it anyways, but why in Discord? The idea is that the things that I believe that work personally for myself, for people around me, is having just enough detail in which they no longer compare the minutia of details between people. So like I did incorporate a time, but I hope that people see that my times fluctuate. So when you have a 5-minute day, it's no you should feel good about it, let alone 4-minute days. And you can try to push yourself based on what I've recorded. But the first thing you have to do is do it every day. So at first, I actually started without a time. I did not include any times. And then there are other ways I can improve it. I can literally take a picture every single day. Like maybe here's another thing. Someone's like, oh, it's not enough to motivate me. You can't be my surrogate parasocial friend, right? My tracker friend. I'll take a selfie at the end of every single run. And then someone else, like, you take a selfie every day. You don't have to show me this selfie. Just know that the idea is to give people the agency to understand that when they go and do something consistently, if they see someone else doing it, as long as that other person provides just enough things that they can pick up on their own, they can take it from there. So I started slowly adding things. You can kind of see, like, there's a movie section, there's a music section. Like, the idea is over time, in 2 or 3 years, it's going to look different. The music section is going to include maybe some other things, but I need to figure out a way in which it is level of exposure. I think the level of exposure is very important when it comes to the future of internet. And what I mean by that is you can go to someone for information, but the information is given to you at different levels. So you click and you take control and voluntarily decide if you want to see the rest of the details. I think that's a great way to regulate and moderate the things you focus on. Like, the reason why I say this is one of the ridiculous, this is really a sad, like a disheartening realization for myself, is that if you are low on motivation, less information is often going to work more so than too much information. So if you have people that trust you, how could you let them feel like they have agency over their own lack of motivation? I would love to make a book. Hear me out. I have thought about this in my 40s. I'll give you a little primer to what the book looks like. So I haven't thought about it, and it could be a sleazy way to make money. I'm kidding. So let's say I release, someone can take, like, if you have an idea that's similar to this, go for it, right? I would publish 3 books at the same time, but they're sold as a set. So one would be Foundation, then Enthusiast, and then we're gonna say Seasoned or Experienced, right? And they're the same material. This is dealing with the same material, but it'll be about a topic. It'll be about any topic, whatever topic that I've been working on. Let's just say language learning, because we're in our language learning process. And you might be saying, oh, why is this overcomplicated? I want to do something different. I don't want to do the things that I could defer to someone. Like, hey, do you want a good self-help book about language learning? Here are 3 or 4 people who have published books. I want to do something different, but it's tackling something that I feel is missing in these things. And it's not missing in the sense that they forgot it. It's those people don't think it's important, and that's perfectly fine, because they believe that if you tackle the thing, you're just assuming all the others solve. Now this, I would sell this book at a set. And what the first one would say was, here are the basic ideas of how I would go and get myself motivated, right? To do whatever it needs to form a habit for language learning. Hold on, let me ban this TwitchBot account. It was made yesterday. You could do better, spammers. You could do better. I'm still waiting for that 5-year-old account. Let's see. So you can do the basics, and then in the book itself, in the fundamental book itself, say, do you want more detail? And then I would say stuff like, remember, you got to ask yourself, do you need more detail? If you do, go to book 2 in this section, in the parallel section, and it will provide more detail. And then after you complete this, when you read this, it's going to ask the same question again. Have you developed awareness? Like, do you need more detail? Are you already doing this yourself? If you really, really want more, know that it's going to be enrichment. Right? Maybe, and move on to 3. And what is 1 to 3? This is going to be far more pragmatic. So, you can do this book idea, man. I wouldn't write a book this way. I mean, you can write a book the way you want, but if you write a book and you write it like everyone else, that's fair enough. But I'm trying to do something different because it's addressing something that you probably missed since you just arrived. But I'll get a little punchline in this thing. So book 1 is the pragmatic book. This is the book that most people will write right now. Basically, it's a summation. It's maybe like 100 pages. It's filled with your hot takes. It's the content, right? It's the lean meat, and it's going to be filled with routine things, filled with objectivity, right? Pragmatism, objectivity. Basically, your ring around the rosy YouTube video stuff. Lean. I did this because you don't have to. Here's the Skippy. This is all you need. This is the thing. If you think you know really well everything you have, you either get confirmation from this, right? Confirmation bias. It's going to be echo chambery. Hundreds of other people would have already produced this book in their own words, in their own ways, with hot takes and by the book's science, evidence, that type of thing. This is the book that people will write and will refer to. And I am writing this in my own words, but I will spend most of this book referring to everyone else that I base this book on. Right? All the other books that I've read, all the books that people write, you know, the standard pragmatic way, maybe even AI generated, I don't know. Your very unadulterated, objective book, right? So why would I go here? I asked, do you want more details? But the details are not objective. They are not objective. As you get to second book, it's more subjective. Now, book 2 is how I go about my reviews. When I record reviews of like the things I do online, it gets more subjective. Now I'm going to be talking about profiles. Right? So now we're getting more specific. we're looking at archetypes. So when we're talking about the fundamentals of things, you know, all the pragmatic stuff, now we're looking at patterns and archetypes, right? You're going to start hearing, I don't know, vegetarianism, like if this was, or language learning, it would be like SRS and immersion only and moving to a place. There could be archetypical stuff, and that is subjective. It's categorical. 2 is categorical, where it creates nuance in a category. When you get to experience, now we get personal. These are my own anecdotes. My own anecdotes, my own experiences. And if I have any clients or, you know, people that I interact with, they will be referred to indirectly. This will be the highest level and most subjective. They provide the most nuance and detail, but they are also the most spurious. And you know what level most people, when they laugh and talk about their book ideas and their stuff, which level do you think they are at? They are either at 3 because you're a fan, or they are at 1 because you don't know any better. This is good for business. This is good for the internet. Right? But the thing is, do you have a product that does all 3 for the person's mental health? No, you don't. You either take the extreme words of someone you already trust, echo chamber, or you're looking for the fastest possible answer because you could care less about developing the skill yourself. So these are the products that are being sold now on the internet for sure. An influencer would sell you this product, and a business strategy would sell you this. A company would sell you this. Now, has a company decided to collaborate with an influencer? Yes, they would. They would hire the influencer to release a product like this in order to complement their stuff. But has one person decide to unilaterally produce a unified product in which it normalizes the amount of information? Because if you spend most of your time in your hot takes of an influencer's biased remarks, then you're going to be hyper focused on those things. Like, if calorie counting is this guy's thing, then how small is their focus? Now, when you're thinking about fundamentals, how broad is it? It might be so broadly categorical that you could think that you didn't, like, for example, Jazz, if you think you wouldn't write a book like this, we'll see, because you might not even know what this book looks like. Until I read your book, you might actually end up doing this. But the thing is, you have to start writing a book first. If you're writing a book, then you're having a general knowledge of the book. What does it take to write a book? It's not this first. This is based on experience. So you would need to have book writing experience to write a book on books. Have I written a book? No. Am I working on it? Yes. And that's my hot take. So where do you enter? Like, and the reason why there are 3 levels, right, is where do you enter? Where do you think you are? Are you an enthusiast? Are you an experienced person? Or are you looking for TLDR? At least in my opinion, when you are low in motivation, for example, TLDR, all the time. You even talk in TLDR. If you make a comment and you're like this, like that, like them, like me, TLDR, low motivation, this is a book for you, and that's not bad or a good thing. You know that you don't care enough. You don't want to spend that much time. You just want the Skippy, right? That's the Skippy, and you can probably find this for free in a product manual, which I will say specifically, like, hey, in this book, I'm going over the fundamentals, all the basic stuff, the objective, quote unquote, facts. You can probably find all of this on the internet. I'll give you some references, and here are all the references for my writing, right? And then in the middle is where you want details categorically, because you're like, all right, I'm invested. I want to get more resolution. So now I have officially say I want more than just the TLDR. This is like what? Let's say this is a short, right? This is standard, and this is long format, right? Like in YouTube video, in a book. I mean, you can totally do this, right? On YouTube, you can do. They literally do this. You have a content creator that makes shorts, standard videos, and maybe occasionally they would make a long format. Usually, probably not regarding the very same nature, or it could be like they took the long format and they diced it up in one way or another, as opposed to writing it for an audience. Like doing separate productions for an audience. That's like the average content creator. The big guys do this. They make shorts for shorts. They make standard videos for standard viewing, and they make long formats for long formats. And that takes a very long time. However, it's beautiful, because then you kind of leave the wheelhouse to the person. Where are you at? Now the downside here is most of these people are content creators that are not necessarily focused on mental health. They have other priorities. They're more interested in other priorities, like viewership, right? Viewership, sponsorships. So there's a lot of things. They have different visions. The reason why I separated this into 3 levels is I'm curious what the reviews are going to be like, the feedbacks are going to be like. Do people genuinely like more of one type? Which type do they like more? Because then you can release a second series of books. And what you do is you recommend them and provide more resolution. And this goes back to the very first thing you asked, Proko. You allow the person to intuitively figure out where the entry point is, and then encourage them to either go up or down, because doing the same thing is, in my opinion, not the greatest for mental stability, like exclusively. So, and I can already tell you that I have no idea what these books are going to be like, because what happens to these books, and this is going to be a set, right? And there's going to be feedback in it. Like, the idea is I'm collecting feedback, right? And they will determine the nature of these books. And it would be a great social experiment. Maybe it's something I'll start when I'm 40. It'll be really fun. We could take like small topics, and I can navigate smaller topics and then start on wider topics, or there'd be plenty of things. And obviously when I say books, I really mean just like PDFs. PDFs like to a Google Drive that I will try to vet so that dang it, I accidentally activated Gemini on my phone by saying the G word. And see where it goes. But I would love to have a thing that it doesn't automatically assume that you get the most information. Oh, which Bree, I think I mentioned this to Bree. I watched the Hank video. The Hank video that was titled they are like you're not addicted to content, right? Not addicted to content. You're starving for information. Now, what he ended up talking about was the analogy of content being addictive, but he wanted to change the analogy because it's more so. I guess the addiction part is dealing with like smoking or something that is giving you catharsis, right? Like a biological reaction, but it wasn't exactly what I thought it was. But I could use this information. The idea is people are starving for information, but that starvation for information come at a cost of potentially creating quote unquote a habit or content. Now the question is, does that habit for content have any consequences? Especially when the nature of this content is either redundant or potentially positive reinforcing or negative reinforcing. Like when you type cancer in your algorithm, do overall you become more paranoid? Because then you just get a bunch of cancer information of a specific type. Do you convince yourself of a thing because that is the most popular point of view, right? Or the most popular at the moment's perspective, whatever is viral. That doesn't necessarily mean it's accurate, right? It's the most consistent thing that you view. So when a book does that, in my opinion, at least in my opinion, like when you have lots of books referencing the same thing, are you gaining more information by reading the same book? And what I mean by the same book is, does a person become better at self-help if they read 10 people's version of the fundamentals? Right? So like I don't know, you learn about SRS, right? For language learning. And then you read another 20 books about how SRS works. Or you watch 30 people describing SRS, right? But whenever you start a new relationship with someone with SRS, you're deciding your entry point. Like, oh, I read my SRS book. Like, I like SRS. Then you go to an influencer, and that person says pretty much all the things you know. Are you addicted to content? Or are you trying to satisfy your starvation for information? Because if you encounter the same information again, that typically makes people more true. Because, hey, this person agrees with me. That's great. You go to the next one. It agrees with me. That's great. But are you getting more information? Most of the time, no. You're getting a reinforcement of what you know. That's practicing your information. how would you know the difference? How can you see the difference? Oftentimes, when someone eventually becomes more invested, they start gaining experience. Right? And a great example is you would double down on a particular person because they have particular experiences. And then you would use their experiences parasocially for that, right? You would use your own experience to dictate if you're interested. I don't think books, especially the very specific type of books that I'm talking about, do that. When it comes to skill building books, they often deal with objective fundamentals. Right? So if you keep getting objective fundamentals, then yeah, you're probably going to believe that that's the only way to write things. That's the only way you should care about things. And in fact, sometimes that's as creative as you can get. And yes, you can still be successful with this. In fact, I would say this is a healthier of the two. But you can go the other way, which I didn't talk about. If I had the 3 books, I would also encourage the person to think about going the other direction. And when you're here, this is when you meet someone or you watch someone, right? You watch someone. And that person is pretty much your only parasocial relationship. You love them. You're a fan of them. So you just trust them unconditionally. That also means trusting everything they don't know. That also means relying on them when they don't have an answer. Right? It's also trusting them in a sense that you may not ever be skeptical of them, of their ignorance, if they don't choose to produce that. Like, I can tell you I don't know, but that doesn't mean I will do things that I'm taking risks, right? You need other people. You need other broader strokes to include other people in to have a better idea. You need a second opinion, right? Or third. So what happens is when you encourage someone to be a little bit more general, when they're already really invested, it does the other way. You start thinking about, oh yeah, I do have a lot of experience. But now, what is it like to try to summarize those experiences to a bigger audience? Then you'll remember what it's like, or you encourage yourself to understand, oh, right, this is what people know on an entry level. So there's no more of the, no more, in my opinion, this would discourage trivializing details. I'll do a TLDR. This graph, right? You get exposure, you can get exposure to this graph despite where you are. If you're here, you can peer back here. I'll let you guys guess which graph I'm referring to. If you're here and you're like, yeah, I know what I would do and whatnot, you would go back here, maybe even here, to see what it's like to start a new skill. Because oftentimes when I think people think they know what to do and what they think they would do, it's an incredibly sobering and humbling experience when you look back at different perspectives in different places in your development. And that's why I look at book writing as a source. I want to write a book that challenges me to do this again. Because then things do not feel trivial, in my opinion. You can make it trivial if it's like funny, right? You can try to be funny to make it trivial, but if someone comes at you and they're serious and you're being trivial about it, then there's a miscommunication. So whenever someone says it's hard to jog, I'm there for you. I understand that. Is it hard for me to jog? No, it's not hard for me to jog. Can I make jogging harder again? Yes, I can. For myself. Do I want to right now? No, I don't want to. But I'm not beyond helping. I'm not beyond helping someone who finds jogging hard. In fact, I'll probably do it with you. So when someone tells me that I trust, oh, they have a crazy idea, my first response is try me. Because I don't think it's crazy. Probably not. There's got to be something working in there. You're coming from somewhere. So I rarely ever trivialize things. Not that it's for everyone, right? Some people just don't care. That's fine. Like, if you don't care, you walk away, you ignore me, that's no hard feelings, right? But generally speaking, if you have an idea, you have a question, you give me 20 minutes, I give you 6 hours. That's provided that we already have rapport, right? If you don't care to acknowledge me as a person, then regardless of what I say, it's irrelevant, right? That is probably first determined. But outside of that, that's kind of a teaser of what I'm thinking of writing. In fact, I was thinking of making a video game like this too. It's very interesting. Like, and this concept is not new. It's more of an iteration on a bunch of concepts put together. Like, what does that look like in a video game? A roguelike game that asks you will score more or get higher reward if you add more voluntary challenges to a run that you're currently doing. That is a roguelike. And it's not a secret. I'm a fan of roguelikes that do that. The roguelike that challenges you and asks you at every round, how hard do you want to go? How confident are you? Do you want to take the risk and do better with less every single run? Right? I just don't think it's done for content creation or like just consumption or information, like things that are outside of video games. Things for like walking, your diet, sleeping, being consistent, wanting to talk to people, not relying on the same conversational strategy because you believe everyone thinks the same or writes the same or stuff. It's great when people follow behavioral tendencies, and I use that to my advantage most of the time, I would say. So I do talk about behavioral patterns like coincidences and correlations to inform myself, but rarely do I ever think they're always going to be correct, nor do I suspend the need to confirm most of those things. So oftentimes I'm asking questions and validating, right? Lots of validating. And I think a book can do that in a very clever way. Other kind of creative stuff, Vsauce. Vsauce, shout out to Vsauce still. He spends most of his time, despite having a social media presence, he makes these curiosity boxes, and it is so wonderful to constantly hear him talk about like random books that people write that there are books that don't even have words in them. right? So, it's not, in my opinion, if I were to write these books, which I'm kind of thinking about, they're not for profit. They're simply, in my opinion, a source for intellectual curiosity. So regardless of how much people dislike the book or like get storm and want to write their own version or write a better version, that's the positive part about it. You can write a terrible book, but something can become of it. And what I mean by a terrible book, I mean like the first book I write will likely be less than the second book, because the first book, while it may have some feedbacks, all my feedbacks I use in the book is indirect. All the stuff that I do on stream and I talk to people and interact and they challenge me with questions, that's what's gonna go in those books. And those books are going to be limited because there's not a lot of people who give feedback. It's more like a one-sided thing. But it'd be really fun to do something like that. And I'm not talking about like publishing a book and selling it on Amazon or something. That is probably too slow, and then logistically it's not accessible, right? Like it's you wouldn't find people accessing it if they have to pay for it. In fact, I would probably end up doing both. If someone wants to keep like this would be my concerted effort most of the time. If someone wants a carbon copy and or like a physical thing, possession of a physical thing is very important. I would probably set up something of a made to order, and I would probably get that book print it, sign it, and then give it to the person because they insist that they want to hold on to a copy. Not for reading, because you can read the PDF, but to keep as a memento. That's, I think, the modern age. That is the current age we live in, where people are more likely to buy things as a form of possession. And then I would encourage them, like, if you really want something to possess, I will give you something of that nature, made to order, environment and all that stuff. And go read the PDF, because that's both. You get both, right? And that's why a book, I wouldn't write one version of a book. I would write 3 versions of a book at minimum. I don't give one TLDR. I give a TLDR, several TLDRs by several types of people that I've seen, and then my TLDR. And I call that the 3 steps, because the first step is the most unadulterated, most agreed upon stuff. It's really stilted, is void of personality because it's true. Facts are void of personality. Objectivity is void of personality. Like, if you want to read the first book will read like a textbook, but it will be straight to the point. It will be the most concise you can have. How do you learn a language, right? How do you learn a language? Here are the aspects of language. And a lot of people start, like, I can't even say a lot of people. Here are the aspects of the language. In order to command a language, these aspects must be appreciated. In the second book, it would be like, some people prefer to start with grammar, because grammar provides the following thing according to people that shared what I've read. Some people prefer to start with kana for Japanese, because these are their motivations. And then other people prefer to start a comprehensive input approach or an immersion approach, where they would learn using median like a common language, but still interacting as much with the target language, and then self-correcting in context, right? That's the second book. The third book would be, this is what I did. And then it would be in relation with the second book. So like, I would say, well, I started with Duolingo Japanese. It tackles it crosses the line with 2 or 3 different archetypes mentioned in book 2. If you're curious what those archetypes are, feel free. But this is my take on where Duolingo Japanese have taken me to WaniKani, where in my exploration of SRS. If you want to know different types of opinions and people that are interested in SRS, book 2, section something. And then when you get to book 2, section something, and you're like, okay, I think this guy that you're describing here, this hypothetical guy, is like me. Now I don't want to read the rest, like how they did it. Can you just give me the TLDR? Book 1, section something for that archetype. And you take it for a grain of salt because those are the facts that would work or likely to work, and go on. Go for it and go get them, right? Go get them. And the books, the reason why I would say these books are likely going to be free is because the amount of information is disproportionate to the length of the book. You only extract the level of information, the detail of information that you require, and you don't read the rest of the books. You're specifically looking for your answer at the level you want. Now, the reason why I applied the level like 1, 2, 3 is because it's compulsory for people to understand or feel have a tendency to want to know everything in order to tell themselves they know everything. So the good news is it doesn't take very long to write this. And another good news is it also doesn't take very long to read it. So you read excerpts at different levels. You go to the thing that relates to you. And then, and only then, if someone is ever interested, like myself, they will read all the books. Just out of curiosity. Like, what are the other archetypes? Go vertical, right? If you are in book 2 and you're looking at archetypes like, wait, this archetype caters to me, but what about all the other archetypes? Now I want to read the other archetypes. Now you're going vertically, in my opinion, vertically in perspective. When you're going horizontally across the books, you're only catering to your single perspective. Right? But what happens is now you get to expose what an anecdote looks like, categorization looks like, and just plain facts. Plain facts, objective things, right? Start here, you have to accomplish this many kanji at this level. This is how much kanji you would require. These are the basic grammar things. Look at these resources. And I'm not writing any instructions for how to literally absorb content. The idea is what type of thing you're seeking. The books are supposed to inform the person to be independent, not to be dependent on the book for that information. You are not there. I like, for example, I don't want to write a book that is trying to mirror people who spent 40, 50 years, their entire lifetimes accruing this information. I will defer you to them. Like, you want a good grammar book? Here's a good grammar book. I'm not rewriting grammar books. Like, heck, I could already see it now. Some people are like, well, you could just AI generate that stuff. It's like, that's you want to go to the source, right? So pick up a Genki textbook would be one of them. And in book 1, it would tell you what's in a Genki textbook, because that's the facts. It does not change anything. Like, the middle book will say, oh, someone who's very good with textbooks, like people who are into formal education. Then you go to Genki, and then Genki will tell you exactly what's in it. I will only write what Genki is advertising and then defer to Genki. And then If I go all the way to the end, you'll find out that I didn't use the Genki textbook in book 3. See? It's interesting. It's interactive. In my opinion, it makes reading a choice you make. Not read. You don't only make one choice. You don't choose to read the book or not read the book. You choose how you're going to read the book. And that, to me, for lack of a better word, is gamifying reading books. And I also designed it in a way that, like, I'm writing it in a way that I find it's very difficult to do it in an audiobook format. But it would be really awesome to apply it to a video game with multiple routes, like a visual novel game. And this idea came because I like video games. I like visual novel games. I love storytelling games with multiple branching ideas and stuff, and you make decisions at those junctures. And I like the accessibility functions of modern gaming, where you can skip all the cutscenes if you don't care about the cutscenes. You can only play the way you want to play the game because it caters to you at the cost of the gamer, the developer and the publisher losing money for making the game bigger and triple times over because players want to play the way they want to play, but not the way the developer wants them. I'm the opposite. When I play a game, I want to play it the way the developer wants me to play it. Like they challenge me to play it differently. So the way to get to my point of view is over time. If I end up doing this and finishing this in another 4 or 5 years, if you read all the books from top to bottom, know all the perspectives, and have integrated it into your thought about the skill, all of me or most of me will be in those books. So instead of spending 4 or 5 hours digressing every single day, if you truly like all the books, like not just one or a particular avenue or some categorization, then it would come very close to the way I think about problems. When someone asks me, they're really depressed, the thing I described about these 3 books are the way I approach conversation and how to troubleshoot and help a friend to solve or develop a skill. And the way I'm arranging the books and the way I write is part of how I'm trying to illustrate it. So if that book is overly complicated, it's too complicated, it sounds silly, then we don't have to be friends. You don't have to be here because you want someone who thinks differently. But that type of complexity, the way it works, how I talk to people, that these are the dots and arrows that I'm making in my head as we're talking. Like, how do I react to your question? I either say, maybe it's book 2 level. Okay, what are my categorizations that I can use to execute this program? Execute my dialogue, right? And then okay, I missed the mark. This person is more, they want to be a little bit more general. So what are all my informations in the general category? It's like, well, this person's being very personal. What are my anecdotes I can use? Right? So you're shifting from left to right constantly. And I wanted to illustrate that the best way I can. How do you approach building a skill? And I will probably use a personal skill of mine, the way I approach building skills. And that would be fun. Is it no one has ever done this? I'm pretty sure someone has done this. The thing is, no one I'm aware of, right? No one I'm aware of. Maybe I should write a book about self-awareness just for fun. It would be like an inception point. But yeah, I'm with each passing month when I'm interacting with other people, I've become far more enthusiastic In fact, there's a chance I might stream a little bit less from time to time because I do feel like this product would be a wonderful, like, this idea that I want to write and publish would be something that it's a once in a lifetime thing that I want to do. I want to put, I don't know if you guys feel the same about artwork or like the things you create or the job you do, but it is very transformative if one time in someone's lifetime you are able to put your entire self into something. Not just like streaming or content. That might be someone else's idea, right? Like what is more honest than sharing your entire personal life on stream? Fair enough. But there are things I can't share without a huge gate. And there are things that are not scalable. I can't summarize this idea, like the what goes into this hypothetical book concept right now every single time I meet someone. It would be unrealistically too long, right? But I'm doing it right now for practice. But if I can publish this stuff, then it gives access to, hey, I really want to know what you may think about this. PDF number 5, language learning. Book 2, 4th archetype. This is probably what I would say to you. Right? And then obviously things are subject to change, so I would write in my subject to change. But if I'm not available, you know, in case I get old and die, or like I end up in an accident, at least one thing that would be really fun is a choose your own adventure book that deals with skill building and mental health, where you can at least get an idea of what I would say, right? And then in the future, by the way, there are other ways to do this. You could just train an AI after yourself. That's also kind of fine, right? Like you could automate this stuff. That's fine too. I just thought doing it in a book format would be really challenging and fun. So if someone comes in later on and they see this and it's like, well, why don't you just make an AI of yourself? That would take less time. You just talk to the AI over and over again, and they would sample your behavior, and then someone could just ask the AI, and then the AI will answer the question the best of the ability, in your voice and your attitude. It's like, yeah, it does. That's a possibility. You could do that, right? I just think sometimes my counter argument is, where's the fun in that? Why not choose the way you do and leave a little mystery involved? I like that people could interpret what I would say. In fact, I still appreciate, I'm not saying I want to remove questions. Like, if you think I'm going to answer a certain way, ask me the question anyways, and then find out if you are correct. Because the last thing honestly, what is this? I've met a couple people in my life that they could probably predict what I would say and what I would do, and it's really cool. But we do get in the habit of not answering the question, like asking each other questions in the long run, right? However, in this space, whatever this internet space and Twitch and language learning and YouTube, it's starting over and over again, right? And most of the time it's because it's incredibly taxing to know that I typically don't share the same perspective. Like, I would share a perspective that includes the perspective of the person I'm talking to, but generally speaking, that person would be far more resolute than I am most of the time. They would have a clear understanding. They would double down on their perspective. And that's acceptable. However, for myself, in order to demonstrate why it's fun to talk to another person is through the exchange of ideas, right? And that's not the social norm. And I kind of want to make something that makes it so that it is fun to do that. It is also fun to integrate all the things you already know. You like facts? Go for the facts, right? Book 1. If you like categorization and generalization, book 2. If you want to just genuinely speak out your mind, book 3. And it would be from my perspective. I would be expressing something. It would sound more like a novel in book 3. Book 2 would sound more like I'm making hot takes as like just generalizing things with archetypes. So, and they're all going to be hypothetical archetypes so that I don't accidentally use people like, oh, it's like this person. It's not going to be like that. It's more like an SRS person would say this, right? A Japanese language learner would likely say this about French. But I'm not saying a real Japanese language learner or a real, you know, French person. I'm talking about hypotheticals. They're categorical. And then the facts, you know, like Japanese do not have this element that French has or something really unadulterated, which is not as impersonable. All right. Now the question is, did I digress too long to finish today's lesson? Probably not. We're still fine. All right, let's get back into this. Thanks again for the question, Procol. Always appreciate it. All right, where are we?
Satsuru.
Satsuru. Ne? Yeah. I don't know if it's gonna happen because the future is unholy, but I certainly have the idea. I wonder what that looks like in a video game. I would love to meet a video game designer, like a developer, and I'm like, this is my crazy idea. Can you turn that into a game format? And I would probably approach someone who like has a background in roguelike design, probably. Yeah, probably.
Gairai.
Gairai. Outside. Coming from outside? From outside. Like, are you, like, you arrived from outside? Like, it's something like, you're coming in from outside, so something coming from an outside source. Yeah, I was just gonna skip this for now. Okay. I missed the T. It's okay.
Toku.
Toku.
Kakawaru.
Kakawaru. Oops. That's not how you spell superfluous.
返す
I see. That's not how you phrase that. To send someone home.
兵器、
兵器。
上品、
上品。No. Yes? No.
なし、
なし。
水曜日、
水曜日。
書き方、
あった。
喜ぶ、
喜ぶ。
変、
変。
手荷物、
手荷物。I keep writing baggage as buggage. Sooner or later, I'm just gonna buggage someone and they're like, you what, mate? I'm like, buggage, you know, the stuff you carry onto planes. Luggage. Yep. That's how you spell baggage. Okay.
残す、
残す。To remain just to leave something behind, I guess. Okay.
頭部、
頭部。
希望する、
希望する。
お笑い、
お笑い。竹
竹、
竹。Can or risky.
内側、
内側。Okay. Whoops. I typed it twice. 木曜日。
木曜日、
Wait.
勝敗、
勝敗。Wait, that's fine.
兵士、
兵士。
回答、
回答。Wait. Dang it. Koi. Awaseru?
問い合わせる
I have no idea why it's Toi Awaseru. I just know that's okay, let's go look. Okay, yeah, we knew it's inquire. You know how to read Awaseru, yeah, okay. So then we just needed to know Toi because it's Toi. Is this our only version of Toi? It's just To. This is the first To. Yes, this is the only To. So we had to remember the exception. Awaseru was what I remember I was using to remember Toi. Here's a chance this is gonna be forgotten. Yes, suit. How many? Oh my. Okay, that's a lot. Was it Au is what I used to suit? Yeah. Interesting. The suit is the primary of this. Did they change this? Huh. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. I remember this. I only know Au as to meet primary use. Okay.
仮説
仮説ね。
無理
無理。
大丈夫
大丈夫。
関西弁
関西弁。ね。
笑い
笑い。
塩
塩。
鼻先
鼻先。
鼻
鼻。Oh, interesting. Oh, wait. Is this a
生じる
生じる? Ay, ay, ay. Oh. Okay, it's fine. We're fine. Chun? What? Chun? What is chun? Ah, no. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay.
警察
警察. Oh no. I didn't remember this the first earlier. This is one of the ones I passed on. Save me. Wait.
席
Vicky. Actually, what was the What was Seki's thing? In a yort, you use a towel as a seat. Oh. And something about using a towel for a seat is very Seki. Okay. Alright.
変死
Enshi.
無知
Muchi. Okay. Oh no, I forgot the left side of this in an earlier one too. A what? I think this is like passing a test or something. No. 私はブロの something アーティストです。Alright. So oh, is that like interesting? Alright, it's not coming to me a second time around.
基本的
基本的 What is that? What? We have a samurai mouth, some horns, and a ground. Oh wait. Oh wait. Oh no. It's in those words, but not it's not the radical itself. Okay. Oh no. Nope. Another time. No. No? Oh. I feel like this has... Yeah. I'm skipping this. Hmm. That is definitely yes. I don't. It's showing a blank. Next one. Not looking good.
図説
It's not looking good today. I think it's over 10. We're over 10 now.
原子
Enchi.
兵
Eh. It's another one. Whoa. Okay. I need to figure out what this is. That's 3. I can make out. Does this help me? That's supposed to be attached? No. I can learn a lot. I can gain a lot from this. Finger. Not skill. Not Buddha. Do we know? Axe? Oh. Fold. It's a fold. Yes. And does it stay fold? How do I Nope, that doesn't sound. Oh, wait. It's orime.
折り目
This is a fold or a wrinkle. We'll go over it later.
自動的
Jidoteki.
細い
Oi.
無力
Murioku.
左側
Hidarigawa.
右側
Mikigawa. No. Lusu. Lusbam.
留守番
Lusubam. Lusubam. Lusu. Lusu. Lusubam. Lusubam. Okay. Yabureru.
破れる
Yabureru.
理解する
Nikai-suru. Oops. Why do I gravitate to like Kinenji or something? Okay, that's just kidding. So Ki. Pretty sure that's Nen. What? I have no idea. Kinen. Oh. It was close. It was close. Kinenbi.
記念日
And the heck is Kinenbi? Anniversary? What? Oh.
両側
Yogawa. Typo. Nani kore? All I want to type is this. Okay, it didn't work. Oh. I don't know how that how that checks out.
福島
Fukushima. Okay.
劇的
Yakiteki. Oh, we have so many. And we still got lessons to go. Dang. Today might be my limit. We might have reached max.
伝説
Densetsu. The heck? Revolve? Transmit. Revolve. Theory. Huh. Revolve theory would be... Not those. Like, what do we think about? Like, results, conclusion, hypotheses, infer? No. Theory. This is a recent one, so it should be fresh in my head. Oh, wait. This is legend. Yeah, I don't know why that I got lost.
頑丈
Anjo. Ganjo. The Ganjo. Okay. Not looking good.
喜劇
Ingeki. Ingeki.
塩水
Shiomizu.
金曜日
Inyobi. Ah! No one saw that.
土曜日
Oyobi. Fuafua. Ah, floofy. Floofy. Almost sounds Japanese unintentionally. It's floofy, not fluffy. Whoops. Oh wait.
無事
Buji. Buji is like without incidents. Safe and sound.
閉める
Immediate. Okay. Yes.
駅弁
Ekiben. Hmm. Uh.
赤
Aka. For the life of me. Deterioration. Wait. Deterioration. What? I can't. Oh, okay, I can't English anymore. Fine.
空席
Useki.
東側
Yashigawa. Teru? Ne? No. Oh. Teru? What? I was I'm a little taken aback. I was pretty confident with that one. It's not every day. It's definitely very infrequent. I'm like, yeah, I know this, and then it turns out to be wrong. Usually I'm pretty spot on when I know that I am not going to be. Like you tear fruits apart, right? To end. Pretty sure this is to end. I must have typoed.
果てる
Okay, it's hateru. It might have been a typo. I don't know. Okay, it's fine. I must have had a typo.
仏像
Utsuzo. It happens. Whoops.
初恋
Boy. That's kind of an interesting thing. A first love. Huh. First love, huh? Oops.
MAKU
Cute.
Sachi
Dachi. Ne?
Shousetsu
小説.
丈夫、
丈夫。Why do I get stuck on this? Why do I uh, uh, oh no. Uh I oh man. This doesn't look like right. Uh what?
はがき、
Hangaki. Yeah. Yeah, sucks. What? Oh,
約束する、
yeah, soksuru. Not saksuru. Yeah, soksuru.
辞書形、
一生懸 Um. Uh. Oh no. 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 A rough draft, right? No. What is dang it. Oh no. I think it's just
下書き、
shitagaki. Oops. Death.
変人、
Engine. What? Oh.
完結、
判決. Okay.
大変、
大変. Okay.
子守歌、
子守歌.
自動車、
自動車. Hmm.
変える
Kairu. Okay. Wait. Oh no. This is the second one. No. Oh wait. Oh wait. I remember this. Sotsukyo. Sotsukyo. Sotsukyo.
卒業する
Sotsukyo suru. Okay. I remember now. I remember. Alright. Alright, we got one covered at the end. It's fine. It's fine. What? What? The heck is the thing on the right? Winter tree mouth? Fuai. I don't know. Fuairu. Okay. I was on a roll for a while. Air. What incarnation is... What am I daring? Oh.
遠く
Book.
梅酒
Umeshu. What? Oh, that's a typo.
技術
Ijutsu.
果物
Kudamono. Oh, wait. No, that doesn't help. No, I don't think that helps.
閉まる
方法
Oh, oh. Hmm.
日曜日
Yobi. Hmm.
劇場
Ijo. Uh,
歌劇
Angeki. I think they went with Kun, right? What is that? What meaning do they ascribe to this? Like X? Hung. Exciting? Oh, quit.
Hanauta
Another. It's been a while since I've had 200 plus, like a triple, like a quadruple stack, or triple stack. Yeah, a triple stack like this. Pretty wild. Um,
出席
Shuseki. Haven't been challenged in terms of form of stamina in a while. It's gonna be a test near the end. We're getting close to the ones that I skipped. Although one resolved itself, and then we have a cluster of 3, so that's kind of interesting to look forward to. The what? No, no. No.
無茶
Mucha. Ah. Ah. I feel the mnemonic. I see the mnemonic. I can't quite get the read. Like, you're trying to please. It's a leader with a lip ring, and you. Oh, it's not instead of shin, it's ni. Right. Okay. Yep.
結局
Okay. Kyoku. Uh-oh. Oh, wait.
支払い
Shiharai. What? I don't remember. What's up with all the arms? Ah. Except? Oh, maybe like. No. Oh, maybe like. I think it's ooh. Lots of power. All that power for. I don't know. Yeah, it's come back.
Osaka 弁
Osaka Ben. You wait a bit before doing gacha. I don't know if you have enough for anything yet. The gacha thing? You unlocked it earlier, but got off right after. The thing with the top thing, it depends if you can get the 80 tickets. The moment you get it, it's only one. You can only get one. So once you draw 80, it's gone. Like the top one. So you're just gonna have to ask yourself if you can get it. Definitely the first one that's limited to one is the thing you gotta complete. I don't know. That's a good question. How much time is on it? How much time was on it? Happy. Is this the Chirawase? Chiwara? No. This is not it. It's like Shinai. No. What? Oh, okay. You forgot? Yeah, that could be. That's a tricky question. Because it requires the. Oh no, wait, what does it require? I don't remember either. It requires golden tickets, right? Oh no, it doesn't require golden tickets. It was something else that isn't golden tickets. Or was it? Oh yeah, no. Yeah, you just collect a lot of golden. You got way more golden tickets than that. You'll complete the first one first. You get like triple the number of golden tickets, or double to three, like twice that many, pretty quickly. What incarnation? A swing in a building? Wait, that's not a swing. Wait, is that? No. Somehow I just want to type Onyomi. Huh. Oh. Oops. I was repoing. You got your fix. This is supposed to be the Pope. I don't think. No, the Pope is a radical. Yellow? Oh no, that doesn't work. Yellow? What is the Pope doing? fins and some ground. Truth. You repot the RPO? What the? I don't know repo jargon. You need to help me out with that one. This reality, right? I don't know how the mnemonic works for this. It's definitely truth and reality. And it's Shin. If the Pope spends all day staring at fins on the ground, he's going to lose touch with reality. He should be focusing on his popish. Yeah, okay. That is. You're doing your best to bring the Pope back to reality when he snaps and kicks you in the shin. Oh, that's how they link. Ouch. Oh man. What is... Wait. What? Oh, there was a typo.
芸術家
Geijutsuka. Oops.
書き入れる
Ireru. It kind of feels nice. Now I'm doing... I didn't stay up till 9 a.m. conference yesterday. I stayed up till 10 like almost 11 a.m. this morning. trying to wrap it up so I can talk about something tomorrow. But now today I've gone so deep. I'm not I don't think I'm gonna fail to do the thing. But man, because the schedule is tight. I have to do it tomorrow, or else the following day is gonna be the new arc. So I don't know. You must learn. It's time to peak. Oh my god. Freaking pep. Okay.
Jihen
Yeah. Unusual incident? Just an incident? Unusual. Okay. Unusual. Okay. What? Am I threading with a leader? Somehow I just want to type K. Oh, okay. And is it like connect? Oh my gosh. I don't know anymore. This kind of feels special. But YOLO. Whoops. Okay. I don't... I'm drawing a blank on the right. Ah, no. I should know the right, right? Is it example or model? Yeah. Is it a G? So like... Oops. No? I don't know. All right, now we're back. Oh, I remembered this, so that's good. Oops. What? What? Oh,
卒業式
卒業式。卒業し、卒業式。Ugh. And did I remember this? Oh, I remember this too. So, 折れる。
折れる
Oops. Oh no, to break. Do I remember this? I feel like it's like... Oh,
天井
Enjo. Alright, we're cooking. Whoops, not real. Stealing. Man, I got 13 of these. I skipped so many today. This is definitely a leech. I think it's shoot for sure. I think. Somewhere in my mind wants me to do like that's not it. Or like something. No. No chance. Does this have a chance? Like Taito Shitsu? Or no? There's no way it's Taigo Shitsu. What is the... Oh! Yes. Machiai. Machiai Shitsu.
待合室
Okay. Oh, and I got this. This one fixes itself too. Ketsu. Seki. Oops.
欠席
Gaidai. 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 What is that? From the outside. Or coming from... It's like arriving. But it's kind of like at the moment, at the place. So what's another way to say from the coming from the outside? So out oh wait, yeah, foreigner, outpatient, and origami.
折り紙
Should I make something heavy? Or like it's heavy? heavy. Do I have anything with Neru? I feel like I've been here before. You like... Oh, I almost had it. Oh, ah, man, I almost had it. I have been here before. This has happened before. Not Kasaneru, is it? Wait, it is Kasaneru.
重ねる
That it's mean to stack. It's not even close to heavy. I'm like, what else could it sound like? All right, that one's pretty funny. I doubt I will be able. I don't know. I don't think that's gonna happen again. So for now, we're just gonna go with it. Rote memory has blessed me. So, oh, this is the Shina thing that I didn't get to use. Shinamono.
品物
And this is an oldie. I got stuck on. Oh. I thought this might have been like Tozai or something. Oh, no, wait, that's Onyomi. So like, unless I'm getting the right thing incorrect. No. What else can, like, the take, ta is the kun. I thought it was to. Oh, is this like, no. No. So, oh, no. Pretty sure the right, oh, be, no. This said, this is like take materials, right? What? What else is on the right? What else could that be? Oh, no, wait. No, what was village? I don't, no, village is slightly different. So this is definitely, what's talent? Talent is standalone. Alright, let's come back to that one. Oh, wait, no. I thought I... So this has got to be like Fuai... Or Fuko? Fuai sounds right. Don't know what the right hand thing is. Oh, status. Yeah, because that's a kiss. Status. Nope. Oh, maybe it's just Fugokaku.
不合格
Fugokaku. What the heck is Fugokaku? Not suitable status. Oh. Oh, I almost had it. And I lost it. Oh, wait, no. Oh, something. Recipe desu. We haven't even done the lessons yet for today. Te rears his ugly head every time. Te. Is it te? It's not tezukuri. Because ri is written out. Athlete? No, that's renshu. Is this shoot? No. This is... No. Isn't aite? No. Simple? Oh, that's light. That's light. So hand light. Garu? What? Oh, that was a typo. Tengaru. It's like simple and easy. I swear this is something like okay. I thought I had it. I'm like automatic enter. One's accept. Pretty sure that's accept. I swear it's like oh wait. Wait. Oh no, I'm confusing it with I. This is goo. Or is it... Wait. Oh, why do I think it's shoryoku? Shoryo suru. Wait. Okay. Oh, wait. This is gentle. Well, this is compromise. Da kyosuru.
妥協する
Dakyosuru. Okay, I'm gonna need help with the... I got stuck on the dot. On someone's back, she's very gentle. Okay, and then so with that one's fine. Once I remember the... But kyo, how do I know it's kyo? Next to the cross, we combine our power, so that we have cooperation. And with our powers combined, oh. Nowhere is the power. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, I guess good thing broke memory comes into play at this point. Happy. Or... Yeah. kun. I tried to. It's not shina. Oh, it's Taiwai.
幸い
Taiwai. Oh boy, we're going the distance today. So I don't even know what it means. Line example. Or is that just line? Like a queue line. Yeah. Row. Yakuza. Oh, it's not skeleton. Oh. So it's like Boritz, or Kyoetsu? Wait. What time is it? It's almost midnight. It's approaching midnight. I was thinking of going to retiring early today, as in 25 minutes. But we still got like 2 hours. Still got like 2.5 hours on this because we have to do our lessons today, and then there's 2.5 hours of Hanzi Hero. Why do I think it's Gyoretsu? Yeah, Gyoretsu.
行列
Okay, Gyoretsu, and it's a line. There's 2.5 more sessions, or 2.5 in Japanese, and then it takes like 2 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours for Hanzi Hero. Today was a long day, that's why I was only doing 2 things today. It just happens to be a perfect storm. This is a new max. You know, this is a new max where 3 things align at the same time. Usually it's very uncommon, but maybe this is going to become a new thing. But 3 things aligned at once. So we had like usually on this day there would be like 40 things. It would be the new things. I guess the stars aligned. What is this? It's neck and mutual. The heck is mutual neck? Something about a forest. Is that neck? Wait, hold up. Yes, because it's head. This is more like the top of something. The support. Like trust. No. That wouldn't make sense. Are? An. Mori. What is this? Morigen? I don't even know. Oh, origin? Oh, this might be... No. I'm about to flip the table. Time for some virtual table flipping. What was the other one? Oh gosh. And this is a really early one. So originally, like way back, there were some leeches, right? And these are all the leeches. And a leech is usually the term that's applied to something that is getting rotated around because it just happens to be the one. And these are all the trouble ones lined up. And the way I do it, all the ones become harder and harder until I res them, which is why I spend the most time on the and that's kind of the point. So material takes materials, I assume. Oh, I don't know which one's worse. We still got 9 more reviews after this because we passed the threshold for the other one. We're gonna pick them up regardless. This will take longer than that. Yeah, I just don't know. What was the other one? Nick. Soul. And maybe it's not soul. Do we just let these by? So toll didn't work. Ta didn't work. Like for this, toll didn't work. Ta didn't work. But it's gotta be like oh, it's shoot. Shoot. And this is a, oh yeah, this is a special one. It's covering an event. Yeah, it takes, you're taking material. Shizai. Shizai. And I'm pretty sure it's the only shoot. Let's write this down. So we have take plus material. This is the second time this has come up again. Actually the third time. The take material is covering an event. And the problem was Shu, not Zai. And then mutual and neck. Is this like oh neck. How can I get to it's not Kubi. It's definitely shoot. Yeah. And I want to say it's like shoot something. This is Prime Minister. Yep. This is Minister. And it's just the other read. And this happened before too. This was... I made a mnemonic. I had to remember this too. This is definitely Prime Minister. So let's combine this. So it's basically neck plus minister. So it's like the head minister. So Prime Minister. And I've had problems with it. And it's definitely shu. There's no about it. The difference is minister is Joel as opposed to soul, right? Shu soul.
首相
Shu soul. Prime Minister. Yeah. Minister is a secondary meaning. And it's our only show, right? Until later. Did I write it off because we have another prime minister later? Yeah. Shouldn't have written it off. That's what happens when you wait. You wait for the problem to solve itself. Okay. Oh, only 2 reviews. Oh, it's a burn. What? Oh. What? Oh.
下げる
Okay. That's a fine burn. All right. So now we got to do all our lessons. Yikes. We'll find out after 15 how many lessons there are. To be connected. Okay. Yep. Got it. That's fine. What was our connected? Tsuna? Tsuna got
つ
it.
ながる
It's fine. Moving right along to bully. Why do I need to know this? I'm kidding. Ijimeru?
いじめる
To bully, to pick on.
いじめる
Okay. Moving right along. Attain. Da? Yeah, same. Check it out. Is this just Tetsu? Tatsu, not Tetsu. Tatsu. If you can't attain a wait. How did this work? For happiness, a scooter is the best way to attain it. Plural scooters would be even better. Plural. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, Tatsu. It's fine. Basically, Tomodachi. Tomodachi is the one. Although I'm curious why Tatsu ends up being Tomodachi. I guess that would be because Tomo, that is Kun probably, Tomo. Okay, this works. Tatsujin. Tatsujin, yeah. Haitatsu, okay. Haitatsu suru is good. Good. I can use haitatsu suru. If you can't attain a scooter, attaining a tattoo? Tatsu? Okay. Complaint. Writing paragraph is a complaint? A paragraph in writing is what you send someone when you want to submit a complaint. You want to make sure there's in writing, otherwise you... Oh my gosh. Really? Writing in paragraph. Got you. Got you. Bunku?
文句
Monku. Oh, we're using monk mon instead of bun.
文句
文句
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Taboo word. Prohibit paragraph. It's also word and phrase and everything. I think limiting yourself to using this as paragraph is not great. Paragraph that is under prohibition is under prohibition because it contains a taboo word. Okay. So
禁句
Kinku. Oh, that's one
禁
of them.
句
Okay. All right. Fine. Okay. Oops.
つながる
Tsunagaru.
いじめる
Ijimeru.
文句
Monku.
禁句
Kinku. Kawaii.
かわいい
Kawaii. 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 It's fine. We don't need to worry about this. This one is standard. Indispensable. Not can lack. Yes, that makes sense. Not can lack. Yes. Not possible to lack. Yes. Essential. Ga
不可
gaketsu.
欠
不可
Gaketsu.
欠
不可欠
All right. News. Oh. Oh. Yeah, makes sense. Or report. Okay, nice. Report. And I'm guessing this is going to be... Boo. Oh. Oh. You want to share happiness with people, so you stamp stools with the news. Now, when people want the report of all the goodness that are going on, okay. You research and report the news from home. Only after... Give me an example. Okoku. Huh, okay. Confession. Yeah, that's confession, alright. To announce white. To make things white, clear. Let's see. Koku.
告
Kokuhaku.
白
Kokuhaku. Alright. Fair enough. To announce. No idea.
告げる
Tsugeru.
告げる
告げる
Okay. You didn't learn. Yeah. I like to announce we're not having one baby, we're having two. Okay. Two bebés. Dos bebés. Okay. That's not how you spell indispensable, but that's okay. We'll get it next time. Oops.
不可欠
Buckets.
かわいい
Kawaii. Kawaii. I was being reckless yesterday. Stayed up too... Oh, this morning. Stayed up too late this morning.
告白
Kokuhaku. Get it.
告げる
Alright. Advertisement. Okay, that one's familiar. And now I don't know what it is.
広告
Kokoku. Kokoku. Wait. Yeah. So think of it when you need to remember this word. You're advertising. It's big advertisement to advertise how terrible a person Koichi is. I got you. You know, something to a wide audience.
広告
Kokoku. Yeah.
広告
That's fine. Commercials and advertisement. Advance notice. Beforehand announcement. Yes, advance notice. You also use this as abbreviation of in trailer or preview. Oh, interesting. What is this? Yo koku.
予告
Yokoku.
告
Yokoku. Borrow. Oh no, we're getting into borrow and lend. Yeah, is this just gonna go with like ka or something? Long ago, a great leader thought to borrow. Shaku. Oh, I was thinking of the coon. Right, they didn't go. In your rage, you decide to find the leader, take back what's yours, and in return, borrow the leader's life. So you found him, grabbed him, and then threw him into a dirt shaku. Wait, in return, borrow the leader's life. That's interesting. Shoku, can I get a shoku? Shokuyo. Oh no, shaku. Shakuyo. Shaku. It could just be shock. I don't know. How do we do shock? Shoku? Oh man, shaku. Shack? Okay. Okay. Shaku. Smoking. Yes, that would be smoking. Oh, it's just combining these two. Consume smoke. Makes sense. Consume smoke. Okay. So kitsuin.
喫煙
Kitsuin.
喫
喫煙
Yeah. I say yin because of Chinese. Cafe. Consume tea shop. Consume tea shop. I like it. Oh, where was all this? I need more of this type of vocabulary. Consume tea shop. Yes, nice. This word often refers to cafes with a retro feel to them, though they can be modern too. These places usually serve a variety. Okay. Kichaten? Kichaten?
茶店
Kitsaten. Kitsaten. You. The reading are what you expect for kitsu getting shortened, and then which has the strained sa reading. To remember that it's sa instead of cha, think of this tea house you're going into. You think it's nice and pleasant, and it is a while until someone starts working a saw outside, ruining the atmosphere. It's like, that's kind of funny. Like, what does a saw sound like?
喫茶店
喫茶店
Alright, kisaten. Alright, kisaten. Wait. Oh, okay, that was the last one. Oops.
広告
Okay.
予告
Yokoku.
喫茶店
Kisaten.
.喫煙
Uen. What? Oh, smoking. That's being pedantic, but well, that's being really infuriatingly pedantic. What do we have? We have 49 items. Okay, here we go. 49 items. Seiza. Oh, this is a place. That's fine. Oh no, it's not. Oh, this is this is that thing. The traditional Japanese sitting, the leg thing. When you sit kneeling, the painful knee kneeling position.
正座
Seiza. There's I read so many historical trivia on that, the whole idea of having to sit in that position.
正座
And it's related to the Shogun period, actually, feudal Japan. It's a Seiza. Za Zazen. Wait, how do you zazen?
座禅
Zazen?
座
Is
禅
zazen? Okay. All right. I see. Seat. Okay. Bake. Are we just gonna go with ya? Yep, ya. Right away. I think we're okay with this. I'm just gonna skip. For Yankee. Za again. So Zaseki.
座席
座席
Okay. And then Ginza. Okay, Ginza
Ginza.
is in there too. All right. Fine. We're good.
座禅
正座
銀座
座席
All right, that was a fast one. Is it ya?
弓
Yumi? What? Oh, wait. I'm thinking of arrow. Yeah, Yumi. Yes.
弓
All we need to shoot a bow is you and me. One person holds the bow, the other fires. That's not how that works. Yumi. All right.
弓
弓
I got nothing for Yumi. Okay, I got nothing for Yumi. All right, we'll just stick with Yumi. Kyudo.
弓道
弓道
Kyudo. Wash. Ki? I don't know what they're Kyo. Ki? Sen. Oh, Sentaku. Right. Sentaku. The previous tsunami gives everything in their town a good wash. Yeah. All the laundromats in town are owned by centaurs. Okay. Right. I got Sentaku, but oh. Tensha. Interesting. Car wash. And I was trying to think of this. Arau. Yeah, yes. Okay. Wareru. Ne?
忘れる
Wasureru. Oh, dang it. I missed the su.
忘れる
You don't want to forget anything because forgetting always makes everything wasu. Okay. That's fine.
忘れる
Wasureru. Okay, year-end party. Forget year meet. Excuse me? Time to get together and forget the year. Oh, what a terrible year. Good thing. Okay. I can kind of see that. Bolnen. Bolnen ai? Bonen kai. Yeah, bonen kai.
忘年会
Bonen kai. Okay. Alright.
弓道
Judo. What? Oh, typo.
弓
忘年会
Onenka.
忘れる
Off we go. How many flat items? Yeah. None might.
何枚
It's fine. Moving along. Number of sheets. Oh, maisu. Maizu.
枚数
Maisu. Okay.
枚数
枚数
I wasn't sure which way it is. So maisu. Maisu. Okay. Sure. Chest. What in tarnation? I don't think I've ever seen that. In a prison on the moon lies a treasure chest containing a golden chest piece. A mighty chest. Okay, okay, sure. Mune? Or it's Kun. Where's this chest piece armor from? It's from the moon. How would you say that if you were Canadian? It's from the moon, eh? Oh my goodness, that's not working. I think a gold chest piece is worth a lot of money. Mune. I think we're just gonna go with Mune. Moon, eh? What is that? What does what does Ko have against Canadians? Kidding. I think he used the eh part a couple of times with the. Is this Moonette? Yeah, Moonette. Alright, it's fine. 5 flat items. Gomai.
5枚
5枚
I think Mai is one of the non-changing ones. Most of them don't change. And then
煙
Kemuri. Okay, there's no way that would have stayed the same. Alright, you didn't learn it. Alright. You're standing around a smoke machine. It's belching up smoke. Strangely, your buddy Bill Murray is here too. For some reason, he loves the smoke and he puts his head in it, breathing it deeply until he goes into a coughing fit. You decide it's time to stop him. Bill Murray. Kemuri. It's time to stop that. Oh my goodness. Kemuri. I'm trying to think if I can. We're just gonna use it. It's fine. It's ridiculous. It's just embrace the ridiculous. Okay, moon. Yes, yes. Wait, I don't remember what this is supposed to mean. Oh, chess piece or chess.
何枚
None might.
Maisu.
Isu. Then help.
5枚
Oh my.
Kemuri
Moody. All right, next one. Black smoke. Okay, just black smoke. Kokeen.
黒煙
Kokuen. Oh no, not keen. Kokuen. I
黒
黒煙
was thinking gold. Black gold. No smoking. Yes, no smoking.
禁煙
Okay. All right. Brain. Oh, now. Hey, now looks a little bit different. How's this different? Oh, it's missing the loom. right? Yeah, it's missing the loom. Something like this. Brain. Okay. Nestled in the light of the moon, in the grass, is a treasure chest that you can see with your brain. You close your eyes and you can spot. Okay. No. Okay, no works. No Strodamos again. Oh, okay. The closest thing. Is it still no because of how? Okay. No, no, she brain dead. Oh boy. Surprised there isn't a brainwash. All right, forbidden. Okay. Kin Kinsho. Oh, Kinshi.
禁止
禁止
Wait, is that really she? Oh yeah, that is Kinshi. Yeah, that's right.
禁止
Kinshi. Stop, prohibit. Okay. Forbidden. Okay, Zen. Ooh. Interesting. I wonder if this is Zentare.
禅寺
Zendara. Zendara. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Interesting. So this is a hybrid and then they tuned it? Interesting. In terms of what it's pronounced, Zenji. If you put this word onto the end of the name of a Zendara, the pronunciation changes to Zenji. It makes sense. It's more like a Jukuko that way. Zenji. Oh, yeah. Sure, not that the original isn't, but you can see the separation. Okay, I see. Zendara when standalone and Zenji when added. Okay. We're going.
禁煙
In then help.
黒煙
Bokuin.
禁止
Inshi.
禅寺
Zendera. A race of people. Mankind. Okay. Do you have mankind? I don't know how I feel about this. I'm probably just gonna write mankind. Is mankind one word? Yeah, I don't actually. Yes. Okay. Ninke? No, not Ninke. Ninshu. Jinshu.
人種
Jinshu.
人種
Equal. Equal? That's a kun. I don't have anything. Unless somehow miraculously is tall, I doubt it.
等しい
Toshi. Just people. Oh, people are equal? That's actually kind of nice.
等し
等しい
Toshi. Toshi. Priest, a mask, and a leader? A religious leader wearing a mask could be either a monk or a priest. You don't know, their face is covered by mask. What the? What do we have? Zol? This monk or soul. This monk or priest is wearing a mask to protect their soul. Oh, okay, sure. Soul in. Soul in. What is that? Butsu. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Shorten. And then Zenso. Okay. Equal sign. Makes sense. So
統合
Togo.
統合
Okay. Ichi ooh. So
一
Ichito.
等
Ito. Oh yeah, that's right.
一等
Counter. First class. Okay. To. First equal. Okay. Equal to the first class. Equal to 1. I see. Okay.
人種
Inchu. It's gone. It's gone. Now 1 year. I don't know. Womp womp. Oh my gosh, dude. Hito. That's right. Okay. Okay.
等しい
Toshi. Oops.
一等
Oh.
統合
Oh. Right. Training. Instruction. And practice. I don't remember. Oh, right. Yeah. Oh,
訓練
Kunjen. Oh, right, Kunjen.
訓練
訓練
Yeah, Kunjen. All right, Kunjen. Sure. Kunyomi. Okay, that's fine. That's self-explanatory. Permit. Oh, yeah. John. Say it at noon. Okay. The only time I will allow you to say it. That's the only time I will permit you to say it. Other than that, no saying noon is your Kyo. Where do these horrific rules, the smaller version of Kyo? Oh, little Kyo. Alright. Do we have an example? Yoka. Yoka. Okay. Lesson.
教訓
Gyokun. Okay. Mankind? Oh, there is a mankind. I would explain some stuff. I'm surprised the other thing wasn't blocked out. Huh. That's fine though. We'll try. There's also ethnicity. Part of the on the vocabulary as well. Jinrui? Ninrui? Jinrui.
人類
Jinrui.
人類
人類
You feel like you make your own memory bank of kanji? Make your own stories to help remember easier? That's fine. Or both. The answer is both. But yeah. You can make your own stories. I do that too. Both. The stories I make are a combination of both of them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be using this content. Right? If you're gonna make your own stories, don't use WaniKani. If you never find inspiration from other people's stories, don't use it. You make your own stories to help remember all minerals and rocks in the world of geology. That's fair. And since you only make and rely on your own ideas, you'll never be inspired by other people. That's one of the trade-offs, right? It's definitely worth definitely if it continues to work. That's a solid approach. Jinrui. Jinrui.
人類
人類
Okay.
Kunden
Kunden. Okay. It. Huh, that's God. Right. Okay. I got one.
Kunyomi
Kunyomi.
Jinrui
Jinrui. Right.
Kyokun
Gyokun. Alright. Classification. Okay. Got the parts and the kind. Oh yeah. Yeah. Part type. You divide something in different types, that's fine too. Let's call classification or categorization. Let's see. Probably. Bundui. Bundui is a relatively formal word that refers to the act of classifying or categorizing items, organizations, or information into specific groups based on shared characteristics or criteria.
分類
Bundui.
分類
Okay. Kind? Yeah, it makes sense. You combine both the kinds. So,
種類
Shurui.
種類
Shurui. Shurui. Let's go. Quiet. I wonder if they go with Shizaku right away. Shizaku. Conflict in blue water is made quiet by yes. Nope. Se. Oh, because of blue? Interesting. Saber? That's fine too. Again, related back to se. No. Oh, interesting. Heise, ne? Heise, seishi. Still, oh, seishi, 静止 平静 interesting 平静 relatives 両親 oh no 親友 no oh no it's 親 okay wait interesting 親類
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 that's an interesting way different way so steam train makes sense 汽車 ne
汽車
汽車 or not 汽車 I was thinking 車汽車 right 汽車 車 steam train as opposed to 火車 interesting
汽車
車 okay
種類
種類
分類
分類
親類
親類
汽車
汽車 all right steamship makes sense kifune are they gonna do a hybrid maybe not kisen
汽船
okay
汽船
standard okay documents 書書類
書類
書類
documents yeah that makes sense okay possible 可能ね
可能
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 possible yep 可能 very close to Chinese actually 可能 all right this is where the Chinese is coming in hot because it's way ahead at the moment flat object counter yes my it still stays my okay oh no how do I've forgotten
座る
yeah suwaru soa stinking soa wait how does this just imagine yourself going to sit down you sit down and the ground collapses below you and you fall when you land you find yourself in a nasty stinking soa it's so gross tastes of sewage yeah suwaru
座る
座る
all right that's fine okay
可能
汽船
he said hmm
書類
書類
座る
座る
マイ
Mike. All right. 9 more to go. Warning. Yep, that makes sense. Warning. Let's see. Ke. 警告。
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 警告。High class. Die. High or die. Oh, it could be different. We'll just say die. Daito.
口頭。
Koto. Ah, it is ko. Oh, I was making
Koto.
a hybrid word. I was making a hybrid word. Koto. Yeah, that makes sense.
口頭。
口頭。
High kind, yeah, high class. Equality. Versus equal. Yeah, makes sense. Equality. This is equal to high, yeah. Okay. Equality versus title.
対等。
Title.
対等。
対等。
Okay. That sounds like title. Title. To prohibit. I don't think I have a kun for this. No. Unless it's special in this 禁じる。
禁じる。
It's special. 禁じる。
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 Alright, fair enough. Throat. Noto.
喉。
Nodo. No. With the do. Nodo. And he doesn't want to get. Oh, wait. Remember the mnemonic first? Okay. Well, remember the mnemonic from when you first learned this kanji? Well, Koichi is still in your throat and he doesn't want to get out. In fact, every time you tug on him, he shouts Nodo. But you gag. Okay, alright, it's fine. Moving right along.
対等。
Title.
口頭。
Local. XP a little bit on this one.
警告。
Keikoku.
喉。
Nodo.
禁じる。
Injiru. Okay. Larynx. That kind of makes sense. Throat. The head throat. The throat to the head. Larynx. Interesting. The body part that lives between your throat and your head is the larynx. Otherwise known as the voice box. Indeed. Larynx. I forgot that's how it's spelled. Let's see. Koto.
口頭。
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 Koto. And we have to determine what the read is for to, but we already learned it. Actually, that's not true. We haven't learned this reading. We did learn this reading for to. What is it? Tobu. So koto. Oh, maybe they moved the lesson up forward. That's why we got to already. I see. That's a possibility. And they didn't go back to retroactively change comments. It's probably the weakest recurring thing about WaniKani, where they cut corners about whether you read it or not. It doesn't matter if it's the first time or the second time. Write it as though it's the first time, for point of reference. To strike, tataku. Are we tataku?
叩く。
Tataku.
Tataku.
Tataku. Okay. Candy is still ame.
飴。
Okay. And then sugar sculpture. Okay. I'm guessing this is a standalone. So like, oh, maybe it's all kun. So this could be all kun. Ame, oso, oso. No. There's nothing. This is gonna be a weird one.
飴細工
Amezaiku. So ame and then zai. Zai is a really different read. What the? And then ku. Oh yeah, and this is a really wait. Zai. Oh, because they're using sai. So it ended up being the onyomi, but they rendaku the onyomi. Interesting. And then swapped up ku. You haven't learned the ku mnemonic. You want your sugar soldier to be made into cookies. Okay. That pans out pretty well.
口頭
Auto.
叩く
Ataku.
飴細工
Amezaiku. I don't know where school. Oh, I know where I would use sugar sculpture.
飴
Mint. All right, we did it. Okay, how much time do we have left? Okay, it's not bad, not bad. We'll be able to accomplish it in like 2. So yeah, about the when you make your own memory bank, I make typically when I make mnemonics and stuff, I try to take an input that challenges me to modify the mnemonic to my useful memory banks. So when I'm creating, I create my own things. But when I'm taking input, I'm taking other forms of inspiration. And then over time, I take that inspiration and make it my own. So it helps me stay open-minded to other people's ideas while at the same time transforming it into something I can use. There is like a mix thing. So some, when you're making your own, you're going to own it, which is great. However, there's also a mix of time investment, so time investment goes up. So in the objective case scenario, time invested is great for retention. Because time goes up, usually that also means effort goes up. They're more in line one-to-one. And then when you take in inputs from other people's ideas, kind of like watching the internet, right? If you're taking in input, time goes down, and that convenience could be great too, but it also means that effort goes down, which then can reduce retention. However, it can reduce retention if it's passive. So alternatively, you can encode this actively by combining both the processes. So then it does double the time, so it slows it down even further. So now you have to take the time to create your own by understanding the input from other people's ideas, and that shoots effort even further up. So it can be exhausting, waste of time for those who eventually would take the input, erase the input, and only embrace their own. So for an individual that would do their own, it would not seem like there's a point to taking input from outside, because if you're going to do your own, that's good enough, it's sufficient. Others, right, they tend to be like unmotivated, or let's say less creative, or they don't believe they are creative. They have to start somewhere, and programs like this would create, hopefully, more so an active process of retaining the stuff that they haven't created, which may lead to them creating their own. So instead of sitting in a dictionary and creating my own, I decided that in order to create even more effort for myself, I take whatever that they think works, learn that, and then add it to the things that I can create. So whenever I'm explaining like Japanese or something, like if I ever explain these characters, it would be a combination. It would be a combination of what they teach, so their methodology, and my own. So then I have more than one idea. So over time, most of the things I do is a combination of being amenable. You're trying to take up a new method and take up a new approach. And then taking that approach and integrating it into my own approach. Which is why that book thing earlier, when I spent the 2 or 3 hours of talking about the book, is other people's ideas, including my own, and then bringing it together. So most of my efforts are going towards increasing my time, trying to understand other people's ideas when in the process of learning. And then when problems come up, or, you know, like I can't retain something, like problems with retaining, I would then inject my own ideas. And then the alternative is, what if this new learning creates retention? If it works really well, there's a problem as well. You can become complacent. So you rely and become dependent on this. To counter out that, when I feel like I'm doing the same thing, you know, you relying on this retention idea, I would evolve it. So that involves me like writing characters outside of WaniKani, doing problem solving, double checking the way I brainstorm, and then streaming it and explaining it to myself and going through like monologuing and whatnot. That's an evolution of WaniKani. When people talk about the baseline, right? If you're a bottom line guy, which is book 1, you would use this program, and for whatever shortcoming, you would blame the program. So that's the tier 1 bottom line approach. If you're a number 3, book 3, which I'm going to be using these analogs in the future, it would be great if I had published something already so I can just refer to them. But if you're book 3, you would say, I do it my own because I have experience. I don't need this, right? So you won't need to do this. Book 2 is where I'm at. I understand the bottom line of this method because it's unfamiliar to me. And I take my experiences and I combine it. So you take this and you combine it into 2. So now you have a combination of an input of someone else's stratagem, and then you yourself can combine and pick. So now you're marrying the 2. And that is the quintessential way of summarizing what I feel is the habitual nature of consistently improving over time and starving off complacency. So when you're extremely independent and skilled at the things you think you do, you become less likely to improve or change over time because you believe everything is sufficient. While those who are really undermotivated and lost most of the time, they're looking for the quickest route to starting something. And you hope that at some point, because of their interest in starting the thing, they would mature into a way to take the next step, which is to become an enthusiast. And that involves taking in other more nuanced things, typically from a source, a number 3 source, like an expert, right? An expert would share their experience. However, what an expert is not is they're not good at teaching oftentimes, unless it's an expert that still understands the bottom line, which is why learning material, like learning apps, are not for people who are solitary or advanced and believe that they don't need to practice learning anymore, because these are tools to aid someone who has problems learning or tackling a different learning strategy. So SRS could be someone who's interested in a learning strategy. Like for myself, I'm doing this because I'm intellectually curious about what SRS is. If I'm learning Japanese my own way in a void with the internet not sharing all this great stuff, I probably approach it very differently. Whatever I learned from formal education, because my background is formal education. The things I learned to learn abstract like concepts of virology, right, and advanced like molecular biology would be the approaches I would use to learn language, which involves conceptualizing my own method. But since the internet has a wealth of knowledge, that brings us back to the current topic. The reason why I'm using WaniKani is I paid to see what other people are doing. So if I use a tool only to embrace my own ways, then I wouldn't be interested in WaniKani. I think that's kind of one of the situations that I don't understand when people make decisions where they would buy a game to hate it, for example, right? So a lot of times nowadays, people would buy something expecting like creative things, not like food or something, or necessities. But when you're buying something and you're expecting it to be something because you know what it's going to be, oftentimes it doesn't meet your expectation. Now, nowadays, because of this normalization of the internet, companies now pander to expectations. And that's what the current industry looks like. So, most people now express what they want, and then that's what they get. So businesses and stuff no longer contribute. Like big businesses no longer contribute ideas or consider the development of their target audience. What they supply instead is what they want. And it's a good and, it's a win-win most of the time when they are correct about it, right? So if you, there is, by the way, if you're learning Japanese, there are apps designed to force you to create mnemonics that even teaches you how to create mnemonics. I actually am considering trying it out to see what type of processes that they emphasize. So while they're learning Japanese, like while they're learning kanji, they are providing a framework for the user to create their own mnemonics, which is fantastic. I think that's awesome because that's something that very few apps do anymore. And that this is an indie app that I heard. So it's an indie app, but companies don't do this anymore. Like large endeavors, they tend to be prescriptional. Not that I'm saying WaniKani is a large company, but I'm talking about most companies now, they're prescriptional because they target their audience. Why do I want to highlight this? Is because that's what most people on the internet now believe. If you have enough knowledge, right? If you have enough knowledge, you can create anything. And I totally agree with that. So if you have that ability now, it's priceless. It's priceless. there is an there are other mental concerns, but if it still works and it provides, you don't need to worry about the mental concerns. One of the mental concerns is if you want to be interpersonal. So if one of your fields, right? One of your fields is if you're working sole proprietorship, right? Or if you're a leader in a position or like a manager of some sort, then these skills require that you remain amenable. Unless, of course, you prefer to just be the CEO that only cares about what you think, and it still works. I mean, there are multi-billion-dollar CEOs or individuals who are so good, so to speak, so good that it's irrelevant what other people's ideas are because your ideas are better than theirs. That's another way to approach it. For myself, because it's kind of like a chicken or the egg thing. It's a cyclic thing. What came first kind of thing. For myself, I don't ever rely on the idea that I myself have all the answers and I myself am the creator of everything. So most of the things I'm going to stream is me putting 200% into how people are doing things, because that's what I'm paying for. At least the things I choose. I don't usually buy things and like evaluate things that I already do, unless it's a guilty pleasure, right? Unless it's for sentimental reasons. So there's no objectivity when it comes to buying things I already know how to do. Do I know how to do this? Not really. Not the way they're doing it. No, I do it as it's kind of funny because I do it closer to what Duolingo does. Duolingo has a scheduling problem, like their scheduling idiosyncrasies. So some of the stuff here, I can see where they're coming from. And after using it from close to 200 days now, I'll probably evaluate and share what those things are. And then Duolingo was the same. It was over 300 days, right? So you do both, right? All my ideas are not the greatest, but they are made better or they are made more interesting and more dynamic with being able to accept new ideas. All right, let's go with the mnemonics. So we have long ago, gambler, previous, mask, happiness, conflict, treasure chest, and noon, right? And then to give you an example, this doesn't exist in Hanzahiro, so that would just be turf and sun. And then the gambler haven't come up yet, so that would be dirt, turf, and legs. Previous, this is a caveman, and mask is an imp. Yes, mask is an imp. Happiness is spice, and conflict is still conflict. Treasure chest happens to be a treasure chest. That's interesting that they converge. And then noon happens to be a sundial. Or if I were to incorporate Hanzahiro into the same things. I have a few of my owns for these. The caveman one kind of sucks. So I have a different one for caveman. Alright. Let's see. Okay. So we gotta go over the mnemonics for these. That too? Tattoo. Long ago leader. What was long ago leader doing? Oh. Borrow? Borrow what? Shack? I think? Gambler fire. Gambler and fire. I'll go back to that. Centaur. Nostril. Wait. Wait. Oh, okay. I could get them mixed up. This is I'm gonna use money. This is money. Munet. It's Munet. Okay. This is Nostro. Soul. It's gone. Saber. Two. Oh. Yankee. And permit again. Yo. Okay, I have to work on that. Come up with something more finite. Alright, more reliable. Well, let's do our reads. Tsuna. Iji. Bun. Yu. Koku. Shu. Tatsu. Rui. Tsu. Yeah. Wait. Yes. O. Ki. Shaku. Ya. Ya is kun. Yes. Za. Ne? Za. Bo. Ten. I think Mune. Mune is kun. Mune. No. So. Zen. Ha. Kyo. That's Kyoto, not Kyo. Kyo. Little Kyoto. Little. my says fine. Se ku in kitsu and ko po and ame. Oops, that's okay. All right, and then we have two reminders. We have take material. Take material. Which material is it? It's and what did I do? This was supposed to covering an event. You're taking material about an event. And what is the event? It's about shoots. Oh, shoot. Shoot. Show. Ne? Shoot. Zai. 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 How can I embellish this a little bit more? Zai is fine. Covering an event. How do I cover an event? Taking notes. How do I get shoe? I don't have any other shoe. I have to work on that. Yeah, no other shoe. Explains why it's kind of tough. Neck and minister. Neck and minister. Show. This is... Oh, that's kind of funny. This is also another shoe. Shoe soul. To show. And that's a coincidence. Prime Minister. The Prime Minister thing will wait for the other Prime Minister. There are at least two on here. I'll have to brainstorm about something. Both these came up before already. Huh. Alright. So, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. 1 a.m. WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Feel free to follow along. You can pick up WaniKani or try it out for yourself. As always, you're more than welcome to ask questions, exchange stories, strategies. I always like forming some commentary off that. I'll keep in mind all the things that are shared and I'll use them as examples, right? Much like WaniKani, all the ideas that you share openly with me, you know, for all those in the future who are interested, I typically propagate them to other people. So, like, someone says something's like, oh, you know what, that reminds me, I spoken with someone who had this idea, and that's kind of where I go, you know. Book 2, right? Book 2 is based on all the ideas that I've collected, or actually it's book 3. Book 3 are my personal anecdotes, so I take those personal anecdotes and I put them into book 2, which is the categorization and profiling. The more experience I gain anecdotally from sharing and exchanging ideas, the more I'm able to then form patterns in which I can include in a hybrid, and then distill that into some principles that are related to that for the TLDR. Right. I thought it'd be great to be able to introduce an archetype that I would personally use myself, and then it may circumvent or abbreviate an introduction to the way I think about things. And maybe it's an investment in a system that you may not want to be amenable to, but that's perfectly fine. We don't all have to be friends. We can be professional colleagues that differ in their methodology. But I more than welcome everyone else's, because that brightens and challenges my own methodology. And I tend to incorporate and or either address those other things. That's how I remember things. I commit to being amenable. But the double edge is that time is a factor, right? Time is a factor. Otherwise, for those who tend to embrace their own ideas and whatnot, call it social commentary, right? I would pretty much social commentary. And if you ever end up having some sort of like lost for ideas, I'm all ears. I would love to exchange and offer, try to inspire new ideas. I think that's one of the magic about open generosity being reciprocated by generosity, right? You become more than the sum of your parts, more than the sum of the people exchanging ideas. All right, folks, for those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, stretch with the blood flowing, and I'll be back for Hatsuhiro. Thank you, thank you.